We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons.
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Roso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Packlease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Packlease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Roso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sydney Dragway and round number 5 of the New South Wales Track Championship Series. We're kicking off with Super Street this morning, and we have Eve Novella and Robert Galotto down there on the start line. First pass of the day, and two pretty experienced racers out there now. Ethan was out here on Wednesday night, as he is most Wednesday nights, leading the way from Robert with an 049 light. And we'll run on through for 10.003 at 145 miles an hour. Galotto opens his qualifying account with a 10.81 at 127. Hope everybody out there is ready for another day of exciting action here at Sydney Dragway. We know this Sportsman racing is second to none in terms of closeness and being able to run to dial-ins and cut good lights and everything that Sportsman racing is all about. Our next pair on the start line, we have Lachlan McCaskill and Henry Spicak, a pair of black Holden utes, a generation or so apart, but essentially very similar. McCaskill's car running a supercharged 3.8 litre V6. Spicak's with the 6.3 litre LS on board.
Hey everyone.
Looking pretty even up until the 1,000-foot mark there. Our next pair, Anthony Bull and Aidan Stutchbury down on the start line. Bull in the Aeroflow lane, Stutchbury in the Rocket. Another pair of red lights on the tree. No consequence at this point in time. Very close race, a 10th across the finish line. Stutchbury gets there first with a 10.72. Next up, we'll have Adam Bowers and Brett Stutchbury down there. Stutchbury in the Rocket lane in the VY Commodore, running for Dialed In Racing. Shorty's Performance Engines, PSC Racing. And signs in no time. Bowers running for New South Wales Coating King and Power Plus Race Fuels of New South Wales. Stutchbury with an 058 light on the tree. Bowers gets there first, 10.26 with a 9 at 133 to a 10.46 with an 8 for Stutchbury in the Rocket. Next up, we have Radoslav Marek and Jack Matasevic. Radoslav in the VL Commodore. running for the Hyper Party Bus. Matasevic in the rocket lane, running for Modern Style Kitchens. It's a very nice XD Falcon. Leaves with an 020 light. Marek out in front though. I think will take the win. Runs on through for an 11.10 at 122 and 11.39 with a 6 for Matasevic. Next up, Chris Samet down there in the VT Commodore, running for Chaos 27. Peter Giddens down there in the Cortina for Street Neat Paint and Panel and Shorty's Race Engines. Another red light on the start line. Giddens this time with an 061. Out in front in the Cortina. Next up we have Clinton Boardman, all the way from Orange in this very nice XB Falcon Ute. 351 on board for him. Taking on Dennis Blassis in the Big H Racing Aerolec XY GT Falcon. Blassis will take the win, 10.54 with a 2. Next up, Corey Stutchbury, running for Dialed In Racing, PCS Racing. One of several cars for Dialed In here today, taking on Peter Villaris in the FPV Falcon. Stutchbury away nicely with an 058 light, but Villaris with an 013. Stutchbury's out in front and I think will take the win here quite comfortably. 10.56 with a 127 miles an hour to a 12.12 with a 4 at 116 for Villaris in the rocket. All right, Philip Armstrong taking the win there with a 10.15 at 133. And Elborn in the rocket lane there, 11.57 with a 1 at 118 miles an hour. All right, a little bit of a alternator belt or something down there on the start line for Manios Ikonomopoulos in the Big H Racing. Haven't seen Manios out here for a long time. Good to see him back. Taking on Bill Hatzanakolis in the rocket lane. Very nice HQ down there. Ikonomopoulos will take the win. 10.47 with a 7, 133 to an 11.45. Sammy Jo Johnson with a birthday wish for her partner Brian. According to the window, I can read the window from the burnout box, but not from here. Happy birthday, Brian, one of our Sydney Dragway officials and very regular racer in the Black Commodore. Another pair of red lights on the start line. There's Dennis Matzik in the Camaro down there in the rocket lane. Good side-by-side race, only 600ths across the finish line. The Camaro taking the win with a 10.59. A 10.68 in the Aeroflow for Sammy Joe. Next up, we'll have Alan Ostergaard taking on Mark Hopkins. Hopkins in the rocket lane. Hopkins away with a 1.35 light. Some issues for Ostergaard, I think. Hopkins will take the win, 10.78 with a 5, 126 mile an hour through the finish line. And a 12.70 at only 93 mile an hour for Ostergaard there. Maybe having a few issues, as I said. He's got a couple of qualifiers to sort them before we get into eliminations a little bit later on down the track. Next up, we have Richard Batasevic taking on Adam James down there. Very nice pair of XY utilities. I think these two have raced each other before. Modern Style Kitchens for Aeroflow taking on OAC Engineering. Matasevic with the red light. 027 green for James. Side by side through the finish line. James gets there first. 10.19 with a 3. 130 mile an hour. Another pair of utilities on the start line. Luke Pele in the HZ Ute, the Sandman. And Chad Taylor in the Land Rover. Can't say I've seen too many Series 3 Land Rovers with the LS1 power plant on board. This one's been given the lowdown treatment. It's slightly lower than what it would be from the factory for sure. Just lifting the left front. And I think Pele will take the win. 11.35 with a 5, 122 mile an hour to an 11.29 with a 5, also at 122 for Taylor. Next up we have Dave Morton in the BMW from Bargo all the way up from it's probably an hour and a half south of Sydney in the E46 Beamer. This one powered by the LS1 as well. Morton away nicely. It's up 1.8 seconds to the 60. And runs on through for an 11.84 with a 2. All right, now moving in to Super Sedan. We have Sean Marr down there in the HB Tirana taking on Sean Sorbello for Sorbello Homes. Out of Marston Park. Sean was also here on Wednesday night. Sean Sorbello, that is. 012 on the tree for Marr. Car leaving nicely. Straight down the centre, and we'll take the win. 9.36 with a 2 at 142. Sorbello with a 10.16 at 137. Next up we have Naomi Dyson for B&S Waterproofing, Penrite Oil in the Pontiac Firebird. She's taking on Brendan Costello in the EK Holden. Now Brendan's usually out here with a bunch of nitro funny cars with Aeroflow and Rocket Industries, but deciding to get into the driving suit here today. Very nice EK Holden down there on the start line. Dyson was out here last week for Bangers and Mash. Unfortunately, their crew have left their uniforms in the wardrobe for today. Saw anything on Facebook, they were wearing hot pink exercise tracksuits. It's part of the retro pro stock day that we had, or bracket that we had. Dyson will get there first, 9:02 with a 7, 151 miles an hour, to a 9:78 with a 1. Next up we have Jared Tyrrell from Cameron Park in the VK Commodore. I think Jared's been racing at the Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday nights a little bit in this VK Commodore. The parachute on the back will give an indication of its intended speed, taking on Emma Adder down there for All In Aussie Plumbing and Galaxy City Finance in the little LC Tirana. 496 Cube Chevy on board for Emma. Away nicely with a 024 light. And Emma will get there first, 880 with a 9, 154. And Tyrrell a 970 with a 6 at 138. Next up, we'll see Carl Chevy Taylor in the Aeroflow lane. For Taylor Marine Exhaust, BK Race Engines, Pro Trans Automatics and Tilly Motorsport Spares. Michael Little over there in the Rocket lane running for M&T Plumbing. Roylance is out of Forbes, St Mary's Engines and Power Plus Race Fuels. A bit of a staging duel. Both cars still sitting in the pre-stage with that first light on. Now into full stage. Tree counts down. Taylor with an 019. Little with an 030. And Little will take the win with a 933 with a 0 at 143 to a 1088 with a 5. Next up, we have Ross Bilby in the XE Falcon taking on Joe Zammit. Another pair of red lights, 006 red for Bilby, 012 red for Zammit in the Rocket lane. Bilby will get there first, 1063 with a 1, 138 to a 1017 at 131 miles an hour. Next up, we'll have Hayley Vella down there in that beautiful Ford Capri, taking on Trent Carberry in that very nice XF Falcon. 351 Cleveland on board for Trent, with the 351 Cleveland being built by St Mary's Engines. Trent from Jordan Springs, Hayley from Castlereagh. Looks like Hayley rolled the beams there, unfortunately not going to get an ET at the finish line. Carberry, a 922 with a 1 at 147 miles an hour. Next up, we're going to see Adam Hunter in another XF Falcon for Hunter Race Engines. Got the Windsor 420 Cube power plant on board for him, taking on Victor Satliagiannis in the Pro Trans Automatic backed LH Tirana, also for K&A Race Engines. Big RPM for one of those cars down there on the start line. I think it might have been Hunter. Looked like he spun the wheels a little bit on the hit. Satliagiannis runs through for a 933 with a 4 at 143. Hunter a 992 with a 4. Next up, we have Graham Blackman in the Ford Cortina. Taking on Jim Raptors down there in the Rocket lane, that very nice Dodge Dart. Blackman away nicely. Out in front, will take the win. And 10.14 with a 4 at 132 miles an hour. And Raptors at 10.39 with a 7, I beg your pardon, at 145. Next up we have Peter Teskinis taking on Simon Benello. Benello in the RPM Racing Ours Race Glides back to XW. Pro Street Fabrication. Peter in the Aeroflow lane also running for Pro Trans and Pro Fab. Teskinis runs through for an 8.68 with a 2 at 154 mile an hour. Big speed for that car to a 9.05 for Benello. Next up we have Paul Papacosta for Go Logistics in the Ford Capri. Taking on Peter Villaris over there in the Rocket Lane. Keep your eyes on the Falcon. Not a stranger to lifting the front wheels, this Falcon. And there we go on cue. Manually shifted that car 0.69 on the tree, but looks like the Capri's going to take the win here in the first round of qualifying. 8.98 with a 9, 152 miles an hour through the finish line to a 9.28 with a 4, I think it was, for Villaris. Next up we have Michael Milazowicz for Mullis Truck Repairs in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Lou Palumbo down there in the one-tonner. Another pair of reds. 0.15, the better of the 2 for Mullins there. And Milazowicz will take the win in that race. And next up we'll have Jason Fields and Jimmy Denaro. Field in the perfect roofing Ford Telstar in the Aeroflow lane. Denaro in the Denaro chassis-backed Ford Cortina. 363 cubed Windsor on board for Denaro. Looks like we're just looking at something at the finish line there. Or sorry, the hill just after the finish line. 2 cars waiting patiently on the start line. Shouldn't be more than a few more moments. All right, Field with a big red light, leading before the third amber. Donaro with an 0.29. And Field crosses the finish line, 8.75 at 158 miles an hour to a 9.25 for Donaro in the rocket lane to open his qualifying account. All right, on the start line now, Josh Leonello from Cecil Park, Valeo Group Plumbing. Very nice. VK Commodore runs on through for a 10.94 with a 0, 139 miles an hour. Josh used to run Junior Dragster back in the day. Next up, we have Ross McKay from Bright Waters in New South Wales for RM Plumbing. The LS1 on board for Ross. And unfortunately, no time recorded there for Ross. It looks like we're now moving into Super Gas Eliminator. And we have Joe Polito down there on the start line, running for Motorsport Parts and Services. Polito's Automatics. LAT Racing Oils Australia and ETS Race Fuels taking on Roy Romeo over there for In Touch Automotive. He was our runner-up in the 2024 series. Also racing for Burson Auto Parts at Narellan and VP Race Fuels. See Nicholas down there on the start line. Nicholas normally in the driver's seat. 008 red for Polito to a 001 red for Romeo. Of course, the Super Gas class looking for a 990, their preferred ET. Polito running closer to that there, and a 993 with a 6. Romeo very quick, an 831. Next up, Vince Panetta for Ace Civil down there in the LX Tirana, taking on Luke Romeo in the Roadster. Luke also racing for In Touch Automotive. Burson Auto Parts at Narellan and VP Fuels. G'day to all of our viewers on the live stream. Also, the YouTube channel and of course our Facebook Live. Good side-by-side race here. 987 with a 1 from Romeo in the Rocket Lane to a 10.03 at 149 for Panetta in the Aeroflow. Next up we have Joe Catanzariti. Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird. He was our winner of the 2024 Track Championship Series. He's taken home the chocolate here at Sydney Dragway many times in Super Gas Eliminator. If anybody out there would like to give Joe some financial support through sponsorship, or you can reach out to him through Facebook. Very tough racer in this category. 984 with a 5 at 165 miles an hour. Moving into modified bike now. And on the start line we have Jimmy Jock Stewart. Great to see Jimmy back. Running for Hunter Moto at Rutherford and NJD Auto Servicing. 057 on the tree for Jimmy in the Aeroflow lane. Michael Borg in the Rocket lane. That Kawasaki on a mission. It's going to take the stripe here. 957 with a 9, 139 mile an hour to a 980 at 148 mile an hour for Jimmy in the Aeroflow. Next up we have Gareth Wilcox in the Aeroflow lane from Cessnock, New South Wales, running for Formation Riders and Team Digger. Kawasaki ZX 14. 081 on the tree. Taking on Jeff Feigl over there in the Rocket lane. I think issues there for Wilcox. One of those bikes on the limit are hard. I think it may have been Wilcox because he slowed very dramatically after that. A 10.01 at 144 mile an hour for Feigl in the Rocket lane on that occasion. Opens his qualifying account. Our next pair will be Angela Phipps in the Aeroflow lane from Pitt Town in Sydney's Hawkesbury, taking on Lucas Nigo on the Maltese Express from Stanhope in Victoria. Nice shorts, Matthew. Angela's partner down there on the start line. Not sure if we'll see him out in extreme bike here today. He usually does take part in that category as well. This bike fairly new to Angela. She's out here on Wednesday night getting some runs in. Leaves with an 097 red light. No issues for Nigo. He's going to take the win here. 923 with a 2 at 148 miles an hour. And a 1065 with a 1 for Phipps at 146 miles an hour. Next up, we'll see Sean Ricketts for Heavy Duty Magazine on the Kawasaki ZX12. Taking on Jesse Barnes from Chipping Norton for Pro Tune Motorcycles. Jesse on the Suzuki GSX 1300. Also racing for D Wood Interiors. Ricketts, both these competitors, super tough in what they do on and off the racetrack. .034 to a 185. Ricketts with the better reaction time. He's going to take the win here. 929 with a 2, 146 miles an hour. To a 10.09 with a 3 at 144 for Barnes. Now, of course, we are qualifying here, so the racers will get a number of runs this morning. Scheduled for 3 qualifiers. And the idea is in these categories where it's what we call dial your own, they want to run 3 runs as close to as possible each other, and what that means is then they pick a dial in, so a self-nominated handicap for the racing rounds a little bit later this afternoon. Then the tree will be staggered according to those handicaps, and in theory the bikes and cars will be side by side across the finish line. Great equaliser. On track there we have Andrew Smith from Mega Works Construction from Warragamba. Smith racing for GSF Engineering and Frank Brothers Racing. Gets on through with a 1277 at 117 mile an hour. It's a new bike to the class. I haven't seen Andrew at Sydney Dragway before. Well, certainly not in recent times. Moving into our Street Fighter category now. Christina Hunter in the Aeroflow lane, running on through for an 11.26 with a 1 at 1:22. Taking on Con Aranios in the Rocket lane. I beg your pardon, this is Real Street. And that's at Rodney Balgowan down there in the Buller Racing VE Commodore. And Rodney runs on through for an 11.99. 116 miles an hour. Our next category, we have street bike, and that is Joe Borg down there for AIH Electrical Services on the Kawasaki ZR 1200, taking on Manuel Leonakis from Cambridge Gardens on the Suzuki. Borg will take the win with a 10.73 at 129 miles an hour. Leonakis, an 11.54 with a 9 at 118 miles an hour. Next up, Chris Muir on the Harley Livewire. Taking on Phil Gardner. The Aeroflow lane will take it there, 10.27 with an 8, 131 miles an hour. To Gardner's 11.10, I think it was. Next up, Andrew Riches for Riches Racing and Team Digger on the Indian Scout. V-twin, 1130 cc's, taking on Adrian Watson's 600 cc's of screaming Yamaha. Watson with the wheels up on the start line. 136 light, the better of the two there for Riches. But Watson will take the win, 10.91 with an 8, 133 to a 12.99 with a 9 for Riches in the Aeroflow lane. Next up we have Albie Davidson in the Aeroflow lane for the vinyltree.com.au and All Care Car Services on the Suzuki SV1000. Taking on John Puckeridge on the Triumph Triple, all the way from Eaglevale. 004 red for Puckeridge. Fairly close across the finish line, only 400s in it. Puckeridge gets there first with a 11.62. Next up we have Colin Northcott in the Rocket lane on this Ducati Diavel. And runs on through for a 10.41 with a 9 at 135 miles an hour. And that rounds out our street bike class. Now moving into Street Fighter. We have Sean Dartnell down there on the I-30, taking on Christopher Varillas in the Falcon. Varillas is out in front. And will take the win, 1475 at 96 miles an hour to Dartnell's 1651. Next up, we have Nicholas Varillas, sorry, Nicholas, from Strathfield South in the XR6, taking on Pietro Tallarico in the utility. Varillas will take the win, 1474 with a 3, 95 mile an hour to a 1475. Next up, we have Glenn Featherston for Jay's Custom Fabrications in the VZ Commodore, taking on Michael Zara down there in the Statesman. Zara with a very good 057 light. Featherstone will take the win, 15.18, 90.8 miles an hour through the finish line. Next up, we see Danny Stadelmeyer in the AU Falcon. He was a runner-up for the 2024 Championship Series, taking on Craig Warren. Warren for Sydney Scrap Steel in his VN today, giving the Tirana a rest. Racing for Bills Automotive and Power Plus. 011 on the tree for Warren, the better of the two. Stadelmeyer with that manually shifted AU leaves with an 030 light. Usually gets on down in the low 14 second zone. There we go, 13.59 with an 800 mile an hour for Stadelmeyer this time around. And a 15.61 for Craig Warren. Our next pair, they keep rolling through. We've got Patrick Giddens down there in the 91 Ford Fairmont. 302 Windsor on board there for Street Neat Paint and Panel. And Shorty's performance also backing the Falcon. Taking on Shane McGregor in the XW Long Roof. McGregor away nicely with a 067 light. The 351 stretching its legs, 1341 with a 6 at 102 miles an hour. To a 16.1 with a 1 at 86. For the Fairmont. All right, our next pair, we have Megan White in the Holden Tracks for McNamara Motorsports and Fine Line Motorsports, taking on Kelly McNamara. Good to see Kelly on board in the Subaru. She's stolen her car back from her son Will, who normally steers the Subaru. Now, I believe there is a little bit of a bet on this one. She has to cut an 800 or better, which she's done, a 351 light. Her first reaction time here. The two cars neck and neck at the 8th mile mark. Subaru usually starts to stretch its legs a little bit from here, and a 17.43 with an 8.78 miles an hour through the finish line to Megan White's a 17.59 with an 8.79 miles an hour. On the start line there we have Jaden Mellum from Granville in the Fiat Abarth 695. Pretty sharp looking car. Jaden's run this car a couple of times here at Sydney Dragway before. Runs a 14.55 with a 5, 97 miles an hour. And I think that rounds out our first round of qualifying for Street Fighter. Our next category will be a junior dragster. Of course, brought to us by Speedflow Products. And while we set up for the juniors, I'm just going to have a short break. I'll be back with you very, very shortly here for junior dragster qualifying, their first session of round number 5 of the New South Wales Track Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I don't think I could have timed that any better myself. And of course, Junior Dragster brought to us by Speedflow Products. This is the future of the sport down here on the start line. Of course, kids 8 to 17 years of age can either now take the choice to race a Junior Dragster or a Junior Drag bike, which we'll see the bikes out a little bit later on after this category. The Junior Drags has been racing in the country for the best part of probably 30 to 35 years now. We have Jacob Longo in the Aeroflow lane for Trackside Automotive. Taking on Tegan Smith down there in the Rocket lane for APM and Stop Slow Traffic Control. Liquid Clothing and Tony Smash Repairs. .012 red on the treat for Smith. 097 green for Longo. These kids usually laser sharp on the start line. 791, 82 mile an hour for Longo. And a 782 with a 5 at 82 mile an hour for Smith in the Rocket lane. Next up we have George Takalis down there for Brick and Go Bricklaying. Hume Performance, Mixed Motorsports and Plasma Man. Georgie in the C Junior Dragster, which means he's 8 to 11 years of age. He's restricted to a 12-second 8th mile ET. Taking on Edith Maggs down there in the Rocket lane for Road Warrior Trailers, Speedflow Products, Atlantic Oils, and also Brian Scruffy down there backing the Maggs race team. See Edith's father, Jason, down there in the rocket lane. Super tough racer, as was his father. See both cars edging into the staging beams. Edith's gone in deep there, meaning she's dropped that top white light out. There's a couple of strategies to the deep staging. What it does mean is it shortens the racetrack up just a fraction, but it also means that you're closer to redlining because the wheel is that much closer to the guard beam, which is what will trigger the red light. Side-by-side race here, 11.99 with a 2 for Takalis and a 12.49 with an 8 for Mags in the rocket lane. Next up we see Chloe Rako racing for her mum and dad. She was our runner-up in the 2024 Track Championship Series. Rako family been around a junior dragster for quite some time. Chloe racing under the AA JD class designation. Means she can run as quick as a 760. Aubrey Mags down there in the rocket lane for Road Warrior Trailers, Speed for Road Performance Products, Atlantic Oils. Scruffy also putting his support behind the Mags machine in the rocket lane. .066 on the tree for Rako. 141 for Mags. Rako will take the win, a 768 with a 784 miles an hour through the finish line to an 847 with a 1 for Mags in the rocket. Our next pair, Georgia Leifting from Oxley Island. Supported by Speedflow products, of course. The Leifting family, proprietors of the Speedflow products brand. Over in the rocket lane, we have the third of the Mags cars here this weekend, and that's Joshua down there for Road Warrior Trailers. Jason, the proprietor of that business. If you're in the market for a very nice car hauler, go and see Jason or get in touch with him via Facebook, Road Warrior Trailers. 077, the better of the two lights here for Leifting in the Aeroflow lane. The car's neck and neck across the finish line, although Leifting just pulling away. A 797 with a 9 at 81 mile an hour, the quicker of the two there. Next up, Emma Leifting in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Cody Sedmak. Sedmak all the way from Queensland. Fantastic for Cody and the team to travel to Sydney Dragway. Racing for Brisbane Civil and Light Vehicle Solutions. Both cars powered by the McGee power plant. Of course, a name synonymous with Ford Performance, Australian Performance. Beg your pardon, McGee, a very popular brand back in the early days of the sport, but I believe they pretty much focus their efforts on construction of junior dragster components these days. A very good race between these two competitors. Sedmak got the win though, a 795 with a 84 miles an hour. Our next pair, we see Jaden Bunazev from Granville for North Rocks Auto Centre. In one of the sharpest JDs out there in the C category. So again, he's restricted to a 12-second pass, taking on Liam O'Neill in the rocket lane. O'Neill running for Princey Motorsports. Just waiting for Bernasev to move into stage. .014 red for O'Neill. 069 green for Bernasev. O'Neill gets there first with an 8:45, 76 miles an hour, to a 12:57 with a 9 at 51 mile an hour for Jaden in the Aeroflow lane. Our next pair rolling up to the start line. We have Riley Ito in the Murphy Finance Solutions ITF Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrications Junior Dragster in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Marcus Princey from Bradfield. All right, both cars in pre-stage. Ito away nicely with an 026 light. And runs on through for a 768 with a 4 at 84 miles an hour. And Princey in the rocket lane at 12.16 with a 5 at 54 miles an hour. Our next pair, Alex Ruffalo from Vineyard from Sydney Waterscapes down there. Also running the McGee power plant, taking on Benjamin Adard in the rocket lane. Adard running for ITF Hire Pro Tilt Towing. Shout out to Alex's pop Charlie. I believe he's watching the live stream at home. He's had a knee reconstruction. Alex's biggest fan, but can't be at the racetrack today. I dare say he's resting up. Look forward to seeing you at the racetrack again soon, Charlie. Good race, or both cars away with a red light. 019, the better of the two for Adard. Ruffalo out in front, 764 with a 5. 84 mile an hour through the finish line to an 802 with a 4 at 80 mile an hour for Adard in the rocket. All right, our next pair rolling up to the start line, we have Jake McNamara and Cordell Di Maria down there in the rocket lane. Di Maria racing for Hume Performance. McNamara in the Aeroflow lane, racing for the Bank of Nan and Pop. The roles were reversed last weekend. Jake paying to race for his grandfather in the Altered at the Bangers and Mash, made it all the way to the final. McNamara racing for Fine Line Motorsports and Princey Motorsports. 001 on the tree for McNamara. 166 to the 60. The cars locked together on their way down the racetrack. McNamara 798 with a 1, 81 mile an hour through the finish line to a 792 with a 6 at 80 mile an hour for Di Maria in the rocket lane. Next up, Robbie Radeski for CA Motorsports. Taking on Johnny Lucci. Lucci down there for VP Race Fuels. Lucci Civil and Naughty Boys. The B Junior Dragster driver from Menangle. Risteski from Queanbeyan East. .070 on the tree for Lucci. Looks like Riteski just out in front. Gets there by 900ths of a second. 889 with a 3. 73 miles an hour to a 905 with a 5. 73 for Lucci. Moving into a junior drag bike now. Also brought to us by Speedflow Products. We have Lincoln Delios down there in the Aeroflow lane. On board the Honda, taking on Anastasia Lucky on board the Kawasaki Ninja. Anastasia takes the win, 991 with a 2, 74 miles an hour to a 1244 with a 5, 52 for Lincoln. Our next pair, we'll see Christopher Davidson from East Maitland in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Adam Jordan from East Currajong in the Rocket. Jordan running for fueldelivery.com.au. On board the Kawasaki Ninja. Jordan's been a busy guy of late between racing in junior drag bike and also a number of series in circuit racing. Was across the road till late last night. 064 on the tree, runs through for a 949 with a 5 and a 915 with a 2 for Davidson to take the win. 77 miles an hour. I think most of that was in the 60 foot. The two bikes fairly similar if you look at the rest of the incrementals. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that concludes the first round of qualifying for our junior competitors. I will have a short break and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. I believe our next category out will be a modified. Which will be brought to us by Platinum Powder Coating. start round number 1 of Platinum Powder Coating Modified, about to run down Sydney Dragway. We have Chelsea Smith down there in the Aeroflow lane for stop, slow, traffic control, APM, liquid clothing, and Tony Smash Repairs. Taking on Jess Turner down there in the ETS Race Fuels. Rear engine dragster, also racing for Higgins Race Heads. Well, a little bit of smoke out of the car for Turner on the left-hand side. Doesn't seem to be hurting the performance. Smith runs through first, 7.55 with a 3, 179 miles an hour to a 7.82 with a 7 at 167 for Turner. Starter just collecting something off the start line there. Our next cars out will be Peter Brown in the Denaro Dragster. Also racing for BK Race Engines, ProTrans, RaceMax Direct, and Sims Integrated Solutions. Brown has been racing for a very long time in this dragster. 540 cube, big block on board for him. Usually runs down in the 770s or thereabouts. Taking on Harrison Fletcher from Victoria. Running for the Jameson Courthouse Hotel, Mansfield's Apartments, and Bolton Plumbing and Civil. Our track walkers just checking out the rocket lane there. And Peter Brown runs on through for a 7.55, 179 miles an hour to take the win. Leaves the start line in an 0.13 light. Next up, we'll see Peter Carlton in this front engine dragster for Swale Industries and Maxwell Mower and Auto Centre. We saw Peter out here at Sydney Dragway for the Bangers and Mash. Was one of a host of front engine dragsters racing, of course, the Bangers and Mash event, a nostalgia themed event, taking on Brooke Rapazada in the rear engine dragster down there. New acquisition for the team. 007 on the tree for Rapazada to an 0.57 for Carlton. Rapazada will take the win, 7.15 with a 5, 191 miles an hour to Carlton's 8.77 with a 5 at 150. Steve Hurstler down there in the 308 powered rear engine dragster in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Paul Lynette, who got awfully crossed up on the start line. We can see that set of tyre marks turning directly towards the left on the head of the throttle. Paul wisely getting out of it, just rolling on down. Hurstler ran on through for 10.24 at 1:29 with an 0.24 light. Lynette an 0.55 light, but things started to go pear-shaped on the head of the throttle. And he will go out the first gate. Next up, we will see George Bukareshvili in that very nice front engine dragster for Race Max Direct and APD carbs. George, our runner-up in the category for 2024 as part of the Championship Series. Taking on Rocco Romano over there for High Tech Oils. He's in the rocket lane. 598 cubes of big block Chev for Romano. The trusty LS on board for Bukareshvili. .001 red on the tree for Bukareshvili. 025 green for Romano. Bukareshvili led from start to finish, 785 with a 5, 172 miles an hour through the finish line to an 853 with a 0. For the rear engine dragster. Next up, we'll see Alison Stewart down there from Queanbeyan for the LA Lubricants Jeffs Racing rear engine dragster. She's in the Aeroflow lane. 440 cubed of Windsor power plant in this dragster. Taking on Gary Franks from West Hoxton in the Ford Mustang convertible. Franks racing for Scorpion Racewear, Ostcoil and Kaipo Race Engines. Stewart away with an 014 red light. Runs on through for a 768, 174 miles an hour. Franks, unfortunately, the tree not activating, leaving before. Next up, we will see Daniel Moore from Crestwood, New South Wales. Racing for NZ of the ACT. Motorhound.com. Capital powder coating. Maisie Bloom, flowers and gifts, and Road Warrior trailers. Good list of sponsors on board for Daniel. This one a bantam bodied altered. Typically you tend to see the bantam or the T-bucket two most popular choices. Occasionally you'll see a Fiat Topolino. Shoots out right on the finish line for Daniel. 7.99 with a 2. 170 miles an hour. Next up, we're going to see Zach Palm. Down there in the Mach 1 welding rear engine dragster. Don't think I've seen Zach in this car before. Normally driving a supercharged Outlaws rear engine dragster. Thank you, Team Diga Motorsports, on our live chat. I've just been informed that Chris Davidson, who ran his first round of qualifying in junior drag bike there, has absolutely smashed his PBs, went 9.15. His previous PB was a 9.41. Also improving that PB by 2 mile an hour to 77.1. So congratulations to Chris Davidson there. This sport all about chasing the PB. Zach Palm about to leave the start line. 003 red. No consequence at the moment. Rolls out of the throttle at about 1,000 feet. Still runs 761 at 143 miles an hour. Next up, we're going to see Tegan Smith in her rear engine dragster. Tegan racing for APM. Stop, slow, traffic control, liquid clothing, and Tony's Smash repairs. Just under 600 cubic inches of big block Chev in this car. Big set of rear tyres, running a set of zoomies on it as well. Gives it a great engine note. Tegan recently getting the opportunity to drive this car out of junior dragster. Hard on the rev limiter, leaves with a 266 light. Little bit of a move around at the 330 foot mark and out of the throttle at that point. Rolls on through for a 10.28 with a 7, 86 miles an hour. All right, moving into Top Sportsman now for their first round of qualifying. Top Sportsman brought to us by Mix Metal Roofing. On track now we have Leo Georges and Brett Sheard. Two very, very pretty race cars down there. Georges in the escort van for Rocky Lamartina and Sons. A runner-up last year in the Track Championship Series. Sheard down there for BK Racing, which is this gorgeous S10 Chevy pickup. only 441 cubic inches of small block Chev on board for Sheard. Oh, Georges jumping over to the right-hand side of the racetrack on the hit. 001 red for him as well. We've seen several 001 red lights here today. 036 green for Sheard. He'll run through for a 780 at 180 mile an hour. And Leo Georges, a 922 at 152. Probably a little bit slower, I think. On the head of the throttle, the car would have needed a quick pedal to bring it back into the middle of the racetrack. On the track now, Stephen McAuliffe in the shift right. Holt Maloo Utility bombing the tyres on the hit. Moving around big time at hard track was Michael Redding in the Chrysler. He runs through for 774 at 176 miles an hour to open his qualifying account. McAuliffe just cruising on down. Next up will be Josh Boscovich in the Wild Ink Motorsports merch XA Coupe for Bosco Mobile Mechanical, taking on Stuart Bennett in the Holden Tirana from Mullions Creek, New South Wales. Boscovich running the Alinco style transmission. Pulling a lever for every gear. There's also a little bit of nitrous being sprayed into the induction. There's the purge. Just waiting on Boscovich to bump into full stage. Leaves with the wheels up on both sides of the tree. I think Bennett with the better launch there in terms of the wheel stand. Boscovich out in front. 8005, 169 miles an hour to an 853 with a 2 at 158 for Stuart in the Tirana. Next up, we have Owen James in the Ford Cortina for OAC Engineering. Taking on Paul Clark in this gorgeous Ford Mustang down there on the start line. 604 cubic inches under the bonnet in the Mustang. 427 in the Cortina. So we've got over 1,000 cubes sitting on the start line. The Cortina lifting that left front miles into the air. Clark out in front. 815 with a 9, 169 miles an hour to an 860 with a 7. 157 mile an hour for James in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we see Heraklis Kazantzidis from Greystanes in the Kazmec Interiors Pro Racing West End Performance-backed VNSS. Good to see Heraklis back at the racetrack. Taking on Tony Heismans in the Auto 1 of Orange and Orange Auto Wreckers Chevy Camaro. 632 cubes, a big block on both sides of the racetrack. Aeroflow away with an 0.27 light. Out of the throttle at the 330. Heisman's all the way through the finish line. 8.01 with an 8. 173 miles an hour. Kazantzidis, an unrepresentative 15-second pass there. I'm sure the team will sort that for the second round of qualifying. Next up, we have Nathan Cooper from Wingham in New South Wales. Right up near the New South Wales-Queensland border. I'm pretty sure that's where Wingham is. Racing for Summer Arch Race Cars and all vehicle services. Supercharged 370 cube small block Chevy in the Gemini. Very, very nicely presented vehicle. Taking on Lisa Sargent in the positive powder coating mixed metal roofing Chevy Camaro. Sargent away early. Cooper with an 0.20 green light. Sargent through the finish line first. 8.20 with a 7, 143 miles an hour to an 8.37 with a 5 at 162 for Cooper in the Gemini. All right, on the racetrack now, we have a very, very nice YXW Falcon down there in the Aeroflow lane. James Barnes over there in an equally well-presented Ford Mustang. Gotta love the 60s and 70s for Ford. Chrome bumpers. Beautiful paintwork. Barnes away first with the 007 light. The car did move around a little bit on the hit. The Falcon driver out of the throttle. Barnes all the way through the finish line. 8.57 with a 2, 157 miles an hour. And the Falcon through with an unrepresentative 11.91. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get loud. Our first round of qualifying for Boosted Outlaws. Here at round number 5, the New South Wales Track Championship Series, brought to us by Credit One Finance Solutions. We have Kit Hunter down there in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Curtis Reed. Two very different ways to go a Boosted Outlaw racing. Hunter with the turbocharger, Reed with the more traditional supercharger. A big 500 cubes on board for Reed in the dragster for the AFT Plumbing Services. He was our runner-up in the 2024 Track Championship Series. Hunter driving is absolutely gorgeous. Commodore been around a long time and always immaculately presented. Both cars into pre-stage. Reed's crew motioning him to move into full stage. Hunter up on the two-step, bumps into full. Fairly even on the lights. I think Hunter had a little bit of a backfire or misfire or something there. I heard a bit of a bang and a pop. A 673 with a 7, 208 mile an hour for Reed though. Our next pair about to fire. We have Jeff Sargent down there in the positive powder coating mixed metal roofing Chevy Camaro. 540 cubic inches of Keith Black under the bonnet, partially under the bonnet. Taking on Paul Wood, also in a Chevy Camaro, for P&M Wood Building Group. Same cubic inches on board for him too, but choosing the Chevy power plant. Of course, a Boosted Outlaws brought to us by Iconicoat. Ooh, something coming out of Woods' car there. Quite sure what it was, just collected by the crew. Sargent with a nice burnout, getting more and more confident in his car each run that is made. All right, just waiting on Wood to move into full stage now. The tree counts down lead. Left early. Bit messy on the hit for Wood. There was a lot of tyre shakedown there, and the car got loose as well. A 678 with a 9 at 196 for Sargent, though. Looked a lot better run for the Aeroflow lane there, but Wood, unfortunately, will have to go back to the pits and make some adjustments there, I think, but did a good job to keep it in the middle of the racetrack. Joining me up in commentary now, we have John Summerarch. Welcome, John.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good.
You were racing, of course, last weekend at the Bangers and Mash.
What a great
how did
meeting.
that go for you?
Great meeting that was. It was excellent. Yeah, we did our first steps of licensing with the new car.
Yes.
So 2 Friday night and 2 on Saturday.
Yep.
I've still got to do a full pass to
Yep.
sign me off.
Yeah, okay. But moving ahead, because obviously I think I made the comment in commentary, there's nothing that you can take out of the Cortina into your Nitro feed, of course.
No, it's 2 totally different driving styles.
Yes.
They both got clutches, but yeah.
That's about the
that's
end
about
of
the
this.
only similarity.
Yeah.
So, funnily enough, because we've got a pretty tame, the Alta to get me licensed.
Yes, yes.
The 60 foot's very similar to what the Cordy is.
Is it?
So they feel the same off the start line, but the Cordy stops pulling at about 100 foot.
Yeah, yeah.
Where the Alta just keeps pinning you.
Just keeps going. So
yeah, it's really good. Good fun. Very intimidating.
And you're happy with the progress so far with the fit?
Yeah, the boys all did really, really well. The
Yep.
fellas helping me on the car. So, yeah, driver needs more laps under his belt to get him used to it, but we'll get there.
Like I said, I think because it is such a different machine that there is, a lot of, everything is different. The routine round maintenance would be different. The driving style, the position in the car,
Butterfly wheel, handbrake,
Yeah, everything. There's, as I say, there's not
I had
much.
to forget everything I knew about the Cordy.
Yeah, that's it. But I'm sure you'll get there with a little bit more seat time. Looks like we're getting into extreme bike now, John, and we have Diana Zapati and David Franks on the start line right now. Azapati, our runner-up in the 2024 Championship Series. Running for Azapati, Earth Moving. Franks over there on the GSF engineering machine. 083 for David on a mission. 702 with a 3, 206 miles an hour through the finish line. And Diana, 793 at 180 mile an hour.
206 mile an hour, wow, on a motorcycle.
It's pretty scary. I can see Leonard down there,
Very
very
happy
excited.
about
I'm wondering if that's Diane's first 7-second pass, perhaps, or is he really excited that Franks has gone to 206?
I'm not sure.
Involved in both motorcycles, of course.
Okay, yep.
So Darren Foley down there.
Wins on both sides.
Correct. Running for Ram's Head Services, CHE Precision Auto. This machine well into the 6s at 213 mile an hour. One of the quicker bikes in the category.
Spins the tyres.
Had a couple of goes at the throttle there. Taking on Michael Riches in the Rocket Lane. Riches will run through for an 892 with a 151 miles an hour. So.
And Darren rolls through for a 14.9, very unrepresentative.
Yeah, as I said, that bike well and truly capable of a 6-second pass at 200 plus mile an hour.
Next we have Ryan Franks in the Aeroflow lane and Brendan Migliaconi in the Rocket lane, if I pronounce that right.
It is a difficult one. I don't think I get it right either, but...
Apologies.
Yep, and in advance for the rest of the day.
So Brendan's sponsored by Full Send Racing.
Yep.
And Ryan is the winner of the track championships this season.
Yep.
And sponsored by Azapati Racing as well. Leonard's got a lot to do with a lot of these bikes, doesn't he?
He does. He and Diane working very hard to build a bracket and make sure the competitors are ready and come out and race to their potential. We haven't seen Leonard on board a bike for a little while. But Frank's one of those races getting quicker and quicker each time. But we can see he's had a couple of goes at the throttle. I think black tracking to the 660 and a 789 with a 189 miles an hour. Definitely a 200 mile an hour pass in that thing today. Brendan Miglianico, 721, also 193. So both races there. We can see Brendan had a lift there just before the 330. Of course, only running a fairly small tyre on these machines.
They limited to a tyre size?
I don't know the ins and outs of the rules, John.
I'll have to ask Leonard later.
Yeah, I think, there is a racer that runs a
big tyre?
A big tyre, yeah. So maybe not limited, but also they extend the swing arm to try and get the traction down, because obviously if you run a short wheelbase with this much power, they just want to flip backwards.
Yep. Yeah, no wheelie bar.
Yeah, no wheelie bar on that. That's I don't even think that's a requisite, because Brant Gulliver is the guy I'm thinking of. I'm pretty sure he runs a wheelie bar with a big square tyre.
Yep.
So.
All right, we've got Lachlan McCaskill in the rocket lane and Dave Morton in the Aeroflow lane.
This is round number 2 of qualifying for Super Street. The BMW takes the win, John, with a 11.58, 120 miles an hour.
And Lachlan goes through for a 13.14.
Yeah, supercharged V6 on board for Lachlan.
Next we have Peter Viralis in the Aeroflow lane and Chris Zammit in the rocket lane. Chris in a Holden VT and Peter in a FPV Falcon.
Yeah, we've got a whole bunch of Zammits and Viralises here today. There's I think 3 or 4 Viralises and at least 2 Zammits.
Yep. Family that races together stays together.
Correct. Christopher takes the win there, a 11.72 with an 8, 116 miles an hour. Next up we have Dennis Plassis in the XYGT for Big H Racing and Aerolec. Ours Race Glides also helping him out, taking on Manios Iconomopoulos. The team cars here.
Yeah, both from Big H Racing.
Yeah, made the comments. Good to see.
One Commodore, one Ford.
Good to see Manios back here at Sydney Dragway. Haven't seen him for a little while.
Okay, red light for Dennis, 012. 164 light for Manios. Pretty close at the finish line. 10.10 for Manios and a 10.59 for...
Wondering if the Falcon slowed a little bit there, but Robert Galotto now in the LJ for Trackside Automotive.
And Clinton Boardman in this cool looking XB Falcon Ute.
Yeah, very nice little
down from Orange in New South Wales, just over the mountains. Looks like Robert's got a problem. They're backing him out. It's a pity.
Yeah, it doesn't look, the car's still running. Doesn't look like there's anything on the racing surface. It's just not going to compete in this round of qualifying. Let's hope that Robert can get the car back for the 3rd session.
Clinton's sponsored by Ace Mech. And the 351 Clevo, I'm assuming, on board. 844 red, which doesn't matter in qualifying. Runs are on through for a 10.44. That is fast for a big heavy car. 131 mile an hour. Next we have Luke Pelly in the Aeroflow lane and Sammy Joe Johnson in the rocket lane. That's not Sammy Joe.
Yes, it is. It's her new car. She's had it for...
I didn't know she had a Commodore now.
A couple of months, yeah, no.
Nice.
This one's much lighter.
I haven't commentated for a fair bit.
Fully caged.
Nice.
So it's
stepping up. Awesome.
It's a little bit quicker, a completely different car to drive for her as well.
Definitely
coming away from the street car.
Yep, LS powered. Must have slicks, I'm guessing. And Luke Pelly in the HZ Ute with an LS in it too. Another cool looking car. Sandman Ute.
Yes. Did do a run before, but no time recorded. Sammy Joe did a run as well. 018 on the tree
Happy
for
with that.
Sammy Joe.
And 95 for Luke.
The VH out in front. John gets the win. 10.71 with a 6. 126 miles an hour.
And a 10.95 for the Ute. Next we have Richard Matasevic in this good-looking XY Ute and Henry Spickak, good old Henry, still racing the Commodore Ute. Keeps talking he's going to retire, but he hasn't yet.
Do you ever retire? I don't know whether you ever do.
Nah, it's always in your blood, this sport.
It's one of those sports you can do. You just pick a car that you're comfortable in and you can keep doing it.
And that's why Henry gave up the VW. He said he was having trouble pushing a clutch pedal in his age. I think he's like well into his 70s.
Oh, wow. I didn't realise he was of that vintage, but good on him for still getting out here. 0.06 on the tree for Spikak.
And a 0.18 for Richard.
Yeah.
These guys aren't mucking around.
Richard will take the win though, John. 10.53 with a 9, 127 miles an hour.
To a 12.20 for Henry. So Henry drives that car to the track. Like he's raced it in Adelaide, raced it down Mildura.
Yep. Done some miles.
Yeah.
I'd be scared racing the car that I've driven that far.
Especially it runs 12.2s. It's not shabby.
No. Then the fuel bill alone.
Yeah.
Go on economy mode. Take 3 ejectors out.
Jack Matasevic XD in Aeroflow lane.
Taking on Bill Hatzanikolis in the Rocket. Very close across the finish line. 600's in it. Hatzanikolis takes the win. 11.39 with a 9.
It's all good, mate. All right, we have Brett Stutchbury in the Rocket Lane in a Holden VY Commodore with a 6-litre, and Peter Giddens in a TD Cortina with a 347 Windsor.
Yeah, very nice cars on both sides of the racetrack. Oh, Giddens unfortunately rolled the beam there. Not going to get a time. Leaving before the tree was activated. Stutchbury on the other hand, 0.99 on the tree, runs on through for a 10.62 with an 8, 131.
Yeah, no time for Pete, left too early. So next we have the drag racing gnome, Mark Elborn, in the Aeroflow lane. He doesn't mind me calling him that, he encourages me to call him that.
Does he? Okay.
And Corey Stutchbury in a Rocket lane. Corey in a Commodore, and Mark in a HQ Ute.
See, Mark stepped up to a 308. He was running a 253.
Big banger.
Running a 253 for a long time.
Yeah. 063 red for Mark. He was at a Liga there. And 061 for Corey.
The Commodore takes it. A 1060, 127 miles an hour to an 1166.
I think Mark's been running a few street meetings lately. With something else.
Yeah, I think he's had the Ute out, actually.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Although if he does an Aeroflow race for real, we may not know. If he registers with a T number, we might not know it's him if he's in something else.
Gotcha.
Aiden Stutchbury now taking on Eden Abella. Abella away with an 064 red light. A Turbo LS doing its magic. 10.01 with an 8, 146 miles an hour.
Good mile an hour.
Yeah, to a 10.77 with an 8 at 126.
Next we have Adam James in Aeroflow lane in his XY Ute. 393 Clevo powered. And Chad Taylor, the Land Rover with an LS in it.
Yeah.
5.7 litre LS. It's from Burrell Lake, I'm not sure where that is.
It was Chad Taylor that ran the Rover in Supercharged Outlaws.
I wonder if there's a relation going on there.
Wasn't it? I thought it was. What was Chad Taylor?
Oh, was it? Oh, you're right. It was too, yeah.
He's got a love affair with Land Rovers. This one just lifting the left front. Doesn't look too bad.
Yeah.
In the weeds, as they say, like down really low.
Yep.
Looks completely different, actually. A 10.46 with a 2, 129 mile an hour for Adam James, and a 10.81 at 123 for Taylor in the Rocket lane there. So there's a relation there for James in the Ute to Owen in the Cortina.
He's got the Cortina.
Yep.
That's his son. Yep. Again, another racing family.
Yeah.
So good.
The launch on the Cordy on the last one was pretty wild. I don't know if you saw it.
And the burnouts are pretty crossed up too.
Yes, he's getting a little bit more confident behind the wheel.
Having fun with it. So Mark Hopkins in the Aeroflow lane in the LX Tirana, and Philip Armstrong in the Commodore with a Holden motor in it, 355 Holden motor.
Yeah, Hopkins, our winner of the 2024 Championship Series. I think he was also winner or runner-up for the previous year as well.
Okay.
035 on the tree, this little Holden 312 cubed power plant doing very, very well for itself.
And the 035 light for Mark. Shows why he's the champ.
Yeah, 1083 with an 8, 125 mile an hour.
And a 1021 for Dennis.
Radislav Marek for Hyper Party Bus in the VL, taking on Dennis Matisik. Matisik in the Chevy Camaro, 434 cubes. 063 on the tree. The Camaro looks like it lifted the right front there on the gear change. A bit uncharacteristic unless my eyes are deceiving me.
No, I think you're right.
1031 with a 3 at 134 miles an hour. To an 11.03 with a 5 for Marek. Next up, Alan Ostergaard for Lake Munmora for Easy Motors in the UC Tirana. Taking on Robert Matsik.
In another Camaro.
Yep, this one with the big block.
And a 6-litre in the UC. 088 red for Alan. 115 green for Robert. Oh, puff of black smoke out of Robert's car there at the end. Runs a 1067 at 123. And Alan a 1189 with 101. Now we're into a super sedan.
Yeah, super sedan brought to us by Go Logistics. And Super Street there brought to us by Power Plus Race Fuels. Fantastic to have those businesses on board as sponsorship partners for our categories.
Absolutely. Sean Maher in the Rocket Lane in the HB, and Brendan Costello from Brucey Hill.
Just down the road?
Yes, just down the road in a EK Holden, both Chev small block powered.
Good to see Brendan behind the wheel, having a bit of fun today, not turning the spanners.
Yeah,
I haven't seen his crew get super excited about the burnout like he does with the nitro cars.
He's an excitable boy,
yes.
Brendan.
033 on the tree, 002 for Mar.
Nothing shabby there.
No, the HB's going to take it across the finish line though. 919 with a 6, 145 to a 970 for Costello at 139.
Emma Attard in the LC Tirana with a 496 Chev, and Jared Tyrell in the VK Commodore with a LS. I don't think Emma's been driving this car that long, has she?
Oh, a little while now.
Maybe a season.
Yeah, probably a season or so. Came out razor sharp on the start line and has
doing a great job.
Certainly continued that.
And it's pretty fast too, from what I know.
Yep. I think running into the 8s.
Yep. 030 lights, Jared.
172 on the tree for Attard. She'll take the win. 882 with a 3, 154 miles an hour.
Fast little Tirana.
Very unassuming, all in white too.
Yeah, I like it. Sean Sabello in the Holden Commodore with a LS, and Ross Bilby in the XE with a 434 Windsor. Good looking XD, that thing. Little brake lights work too.
Yeah, it's got LEDs in it too, I can see.
Nice.
Well, they look like they're LED.
Ross does a fair bit of street meet and stuff with his Cortina.
Well, I think the drive line out of the Cordy is in this car.
In this now.
Yeah. So we haven't seen the Cordy for a while. He's been doing a fair bit of tinkering with this one.
Yep.
And the car much more happier off the start line.
969, he'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, 138 miles an hour.
And a 988 in the Aeroflow lane. Next we've got Michael Little in the LJ Tirana, and Trent Carberry in another XD, or XE, sorry. 351 Clevo powered for Trent, and 4:34 Chev for Michael.
Yep, I'm calling Spotto on this one. Keep your eyes on the Little Tirana in the Aeroflow lane.
Tough racer, Mick.
Yeah, good to see him back at the racetrack. This thing usually pretty good at lifting the front end as well on the hit. Fairly subdued this time.
014 Red for Michael. And 033 for Trent on the right side. 916 for Trent. I think he'll be pleased with that.
And a 944 at 141 for Little in the Tirana.
Next we have Hayley Vella, Al Vella's daughter, in Al's old car, but she calls it her car now.
Yeah, that would happen after the first time she sat in it.
Yeah. I think it's probably only her third or fourth meeting in this car, so she's taken to it like a duck to water, doing a great job. And in the Rocket Lane, we have Adam Hunter in another XDE 420 Cube Windsor and a 434 Cube BG engine for Hayley.
Oh, a little bit loose in the rear for Hunter there. 056 on the tree though. I think Hayley Vella's going to take the win here. She does. 923 with the 4, 147 miles an hour. Nice pass for her. Shoots out right on the finish line. A 956 with a 9 at 143 for Hunter in the Rocket Lane there.
Okay, we have Simon Bonello from Catherine Field in the XW Falcon. Nice to see a W instead of a Y. And Joe Zammit in the Rocket Lane. Both guys regulars here.
Yes.
.03 for Simon and 022 for Joe. 903, that's a fast Falcon.
I believe it's street registered too, isn't it?
Yeah, Simon, the proprietor, ground level paintworks.
Yes.
Does some outstanding paint jobs. Next we have Graham Blackman from Tumbarumba in a 347 powered Cordy, and Jim Raptus in this sweet 69 Dodge Dart with a 426 on board.
Yeah, very nice.
You'd have to assume it's a Hemi.
Very nice car for Jim. Running for Go Logistics, of course, the class and track sponsor. And a 929 with an 8, 146 miles an hour. Wow, that's a good pass for the Dodge Dart.
Be pleased with that.
Yeah, big speed.
Next we have Paul Papacosta in the Ford Capri with a Windsor, and Jason Field in the Ford Telstar. So I'm assuming it's a Windsor. Looks like it's got some spray on it. Does it look like a bit of spray?
Yes, you can see the sticker in the top left
on
the window.
Have double A on our screen.
Papacosta lined up a little bit,
almost looks a little to the left,
aiming towards the Aeroflow scoreboard on the start line.
Yep. Whoa. A bit of an issue there.
Look, I was just spinning the left wheel, strangely enough.
Mm.
And an 874 with a 7, 160 mile an hour for Field. Bank his second qualifying run. Next up, we're going to see Jimmy Denaro.
And Chevy Taylor. Chevy from the Northern Beaches, sponsored by Tilly Motorsport in the 62 bubble top with a 409. Also sponsored by Taylor Marine Exhaust, BK Race Engines and ProTrans Automatics.
These two races been around quite some time. sure Taylor took home an Australian Championship at some point.
I think you're right.
Denaro definitely featuring in the Track Championship Series. 0.49 for the Cortina to a 1.05 for Taylor.
Chevy won't be happy with that line.
No, he's not going to catch the Cordy either. 9.27 with a 146 miles an hour to a 10.11 at 132 for Taylor in the Rocket Lane.
Next, we have Naomi Dyson in the Rocket Lane. In the Pontiac Firebird.
And we have Michael Milazowicz from Craigburn in Victoria for Mullis Truck Repairs in this very, very nice Ford Capri.
Two of my Fuel Altered crew down there moonlighting. Her husband Warwick and her dad Shane.
I'm disappointed they're not in the tracksuits today, mate.
Yeah, that was very funny last weekend.
It's great that they engaged in Pat's instruction.
Yeah.
Milazowicz away with a 001 green light. That's about the third or fourth we've seen today of the 001.
Excellent.
0.33 for
not too shabby for Naomi.
Yeah, good light for her as well.
9.044 for Naomi and 8.72 for Michael.
All right, next up we have Peter Tuskinis.
And Louis Palumbo. Louis in his HX Ute, or 1-tonner I should say. 400 Chev on board. And XY with a 427 Windsor in the Aeroflow lane.
Tuskinis going with a very street appearing, got the Venetians in the back window.
Butt parachute on the back.
And the parachute.
You think it's going to run over 140. 60 red for Louis, and a 181 for Peter.
The Big Falcon stretching the legs at the finish line. 8.67 with an 154 mile an hour, well over the 140, John.
Very impressive.
And a 9.14 with a 0,
Very
146 for Palumbo.
So next we have Victor in this LH Tirana. Victor just bought a chassis car. I don't know if that's a secret or not, but yeah.
It's not anymore.
Yeah, I'll just let the cat out of the bag. Bought out in Melbourne a Cobalt, but I can't remember whose car it was. I'll go ask that.
Oh, okay, so it's a more modern, sleeker car,
Yeah,
the Chevy Cobalt.
Yep. So
Yeah,
Peter
okay.
Veralas in my favourite car.
Big wheel stand for the Falcon.
It tamed it down a fair bit.
The first one was pretty good.
Was it?
But yeah, it hasn't been the same as Drag the Bumper, but side by side, across the finish line, Villalaris gets there first, goes a 9.25 with a 5, 147 miles an hour to a 9.31 with a 6 at 144 for Sattler Giannis. Ross McKee down there for Brightwaters in the RM Plumbing Holden Commodore. Leaving with a 144 light. And through the finish line, 10.34 with a 2, 138 miles an hour.
Now we're into Supergas. Joe Polito driving the Probe this weekend. Joe Catanzariti in the Pontiac. I think it was his brother that raced the Probe last weekend, Nicholas.
No, Nicholas. I'm sure Nicholas was driving.
Yeah, but Joe's driving today.
Ah, okay.
I think they take turns.
Yes.
They've got to share the one car.
It's a pretty good car to share, just
It is a
quietly.
good car to share. Plenty of history.
See Nicholas down there on the start line.
Yeah, whole Polito family down there.
Catanzariti in the Black Firebird, our championship winner from last year. 008 on the tree for Catanzariti. There's the throttle stop.
072 for Joe.
.988 with a 5, for Catanzariti to a 9.85 with a 1 and 1.52 for Polito.
Is this the second qualifier, Bushy?
Yes,
I got here a little bit late.
Yep, no, it's the first qualifier. I think it was Roy Romeo that went, yeah, he went way fast. He went 8.31 in the first round of qualifying.
Must have forgot to put the stop on.
Just checking the air, that's all he was doing.
Yeah, that's it. And Vince Panetta in the rocket lane.
This is a pretty car, isn't it? It's definitely...
Vinny's car?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, both very nicely presented.
Raced it for a long, long time.
Yeah,
like raced over Eastern Creek days as a street car. So
and I think it's held its own with the paintwork and everything, like, because, you know, sometimes paint different styles, age or you know, era specific.
Yep.
I think that this car, you know, has definitely
helps that Vince is spray painter.
Yeah, oh, definitely. If he wants to change something around, he can.
013 red for Vinny. 027 for Roy.
Looks like Roy right out in front again. Again, way too fast. 9.46 with a 6, 162. They're looking for a 9.90.
991 for Vin. Not sure where that puts him.
Definitely, I'd say to the pointy end of the field at the minute.
So.
Luke Romeo down there in the Roadster. In Touch Automotive. He ran 9.87. I don't mind this car either.
Yeah,
John,
it's cool.
Quite like the hot rod style race car. The Davis Brody style hot rod, very popular back in the 90s, but this one looking great in the two-tone silver and black.
Luke being very careful of stage, as you should. .007. That's why they call him lethal. Lethal on the tree.
Call him Bond at the moment. James Bond runs through for a 9.04.
You would think that's put him in a top spot. Geez, you'd be happy with that lap at 007 and 9904. 11th hour package. Hard to beat that in racing.
Sure would be, John. What's your best package in the Cortina?
Gone 000 once. I know twice. And I think maybe 9th hour.
Yeah, okay.
But
that's pretty good.
I've never repeated it.
That's yeah, but keep in mind you're obviously running a manual transmission there too, just to put that in perspective.
And I'm old and fat. Well, they're my excuses.
Your weight's got nothing to do with it.
I know.
It's muscle memory for the age now, John.
That's it, exactly right.
So it looks like we're going to move into our next round of junior dragster qualifying, of course, brought to us by Speedflow Performance Products.
So we'll go into a track reconfigure.
John and I will just have a very short break. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Roso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
We're back in the junior dragster. Tegan Smith from Smith Family Racing in Aeroflow Lane, and Cody Sedmack. I didn't know they were down from Queensland. Have to go visit Omar later. Kylie out front of the car. Cody in a A junior dragster and Tegan in a double A junior dragster. Am setting the idle there? Tegan in, just waiting on Cody. Bumping it in, looks like it's sticky out there. 125 light for Cody and 095 for Tegan.
Be a little bit tricky for Tegan coming off the trans brake in the dragster and going back to the foot brake. all in the same day.
Yeah.
786 with a 682 miles an hour for Tegan to take the win.
Yeah, you talk about two different driving styles.
Oh, like you and your Fiat.
The only similarity is they're both rear engine dragsters.
Yep. And they're not even the same colour.
Yeah. Not the same colour.
No, the dragster's blue, or like a really dark blue or black with the yellow.
I think it's because Chelsea's car's this colour.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
They being sisters, they couldn't have the same paint job.
No, that's fair.
The old sibling rivalry thing.
Yes.
There's going to be plenty of that when she gets licensed, Tegan.
Yep.
Edith Maggs, up from Wallen in Victoria, and George Takalis from Wetherill Park. George in a C, and Edith in a C as well.
Yeah, so good that they've been able to pair the runs.
Yeah, it works better for the kids.
It does. Just got a question on the live stream. The EK is driven by Brendan Costello. I don't know if he has a website, but Brendan Costello is his name.
He would have a Facebook page, sure.
Oh, sure, yeah. If you want to look him up on Facebook. Both races away from the start line to Carlos with an 046 light.
Very good out of a junior.
All Mags moving over at the finish line there. Obviously something going wrong. Doing exactly what she should.
Good job.
Yeah, just in case something. The car has slowed, run to
it stopped.
Just under a 16-second pass there.
Yeah, it looks like either the engine shut off or the chain come off or something. Good job, Edith.
Yes, goes without saying, if you feel something's not right, as soon as it's safe to do so, pull over to the side of the racetrack and stop. It doesn't matter whether you're in a junior dragster or a supercharged Outlaw car.
Absolutely.
If you are leaking something, by stopping, we'll come over, one of the track walkers will come over and motion you down the racetrack. There's no shame in stopping and asking for assistance if you feel something's not right, because we've had it plenty of times where the car will run all the way down to the braking area
and take all with it
and leave whatever the contents are in the sump on the racetrack, and that'll lead to an extensive clean-up for our track crew, which
is never good.
Is never good, and it also puts the schedule out the window as well.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons.
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Roso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer. Or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting, for competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals. Visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your...
Aubrey in a junior dragster, and Jacob also in a junior dragster.
Thank you to Credit One for their support of the New South Wales Track Championship Series. We're in round number 5 of this year's series. Second round of qualifying for Junior Dragster, brought to us by Speedflow Performance Products. Our number 2 qualifier, according to the computer in front of us, is Jacob Longo at the moment. 162 on the tree for Longo.
006 red for Aubrey.
Yeah, Mags leaving just a fraction too soon.
Close, but no cigar.
And an 8.11 with a 2, 81 miles an hour for Aubrey, to an 8.11 with a 3 for Longo.
So junior dragster qualifying works off reaction times, correct? So someone in a C gets a chance?
No, but I think it's indexed to the class, the A, B, double A, A,
so
B, and C.
To the
yes,
number.
Yes,
okay.
I'm fairly certain that's how it's done.
Yep.
I apologise if I'm wrong.
That's all good.
But they have changed it a couple of times.
Yep. So Joshua Maggs in the double A junior dragster. Geez, racing 3 juniors at one meet, and that's a handful. And
yes.
Johnny Lucci in the Rocket Lane in the B junior dragster. Every racer I know that has gone from a V8 race car to a junior goes, they're so hard to tune.
Yeah, I think everybody thinks, oh, single cylinder, a piece of cake, but
yeah,
no,
this will be easy, but yeah, they're very fussy apparently. Boys taking their time to stage. No one wants to go first. Johnny goes in. Josh goes in. 035 live for Joshua and a 066 for Johnny. .767 for Josh and a 905 for John. We have Chloe Rako, the double A junior dragster in the Aeroflow lane. She's sponsored by Mum and Dad, of course. And Emma Lifting in the Rocket Lane, sponsored by Speedflow Products. Chloe in a double A and Emma in a B. Chloe was runner-up in the 2024 New South Wales Track Championships. Good effort. .012 light for Chloe, outstanding. 086 for Emma, still a good light.
Look at the 60 foot there for Rako of 158.
Very fast.
Yeah, it's very good for a B junior there. All right, our next, it's the problem with 8th mile racing, you've got no time. You bring something else up, that's it.
It happens too fast.
Yeah. Yep. So a miss to John and I for not getting the ETs across the finish line there.
And Marcus Princey in Aeroflow lane and Georgia Lifting in the Rocket Lane. Marcus in a C, I think he's pretty new. I don't think he's raced very long.
No, I don't think I've called
I think maybe
Marcus
he's just
before.
got his licence. This could well be his first competition meeting.
I'm not even sure if it's any relation to Joe
Yeah,
Princey.
it's
It is
Joe's,
it?
great nephew or something on those lines.
Yeah, okay. Yes, Joe Princey, I'll say the godfather,
The godfather,
of
yes.
junior dragster, been around since its inception, pretty much here in Sydney. And Leafting runs on through for an 8.09 with a 9 at 81 miles an hour. To a 12.02. So nice pass there for Marcus. Next up, we're going to see Jaden Burnisiv from Granville, the North Rocks Auto Centre, taking on Liam O'Neill.
Jaden in a C junior dragster and Liam in a B.
Who's that car down there making all that racket?
A junior dragster?
Just seems quite loud. I can't even hear the two on the racetrack. O'Neill in the rocket lane, racing for Princey Motorsports.
.029 light for Jaden. Very good. 177 light for Liam.
And a 12.57 with a 9 for Burnisiv across the finish line to an 8.51 for O'Neill in the rocket lane. Next pair up, we'll see Savannah Lucci taking on Alex Ruffalo. Ruffalo in the AAJD for Sydney Waterscapes.
Yeah, Father Dom running 2 juniors. He would have his hands full as well.
He would, yes. Could even be. He's not racing his car, but I have seen him race his car as well as the juniors before.
Yeah, I think Dom's got a pretty good burnout car too, doesn't he?
He's got, yeah, a couple of nice cars.
Yep. And Alex Ruffalo in the rocket lane, sponsored by Sydney Waterscapes. AA junior dragster for Alex and a C for Savannah. Or Savannah, however you pronounce it. Sorry.
Both cars into full stage now. 3 counts down. Ruffalo with an 0.72. See if he can back up that 764 from the previous pass. 771 with a 4, 84 miles an hour that time around. Making the horsepower across the finish line. Pretty good speed. 11.79 with a 0 at 55 for Lucci in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, Cordell Di Maria for Hume Performance and Jake McNamara.
Jake, excuse me, Jake sponsored by Bank of Nana Pop, and Cordell sponsored by Hume Performance. Both of them in A junior dragster. 084 red for Jake, he's having a crack.
He was 001 in the first round of qualifying.
Yep.
Cars looking pretty close across the finish line. 795 with a 5, 82 mile an hour for McNamara to get there first, to a 786 with an 8 for Cordell in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we'll see Alexis Addard in the ITF Hire Pro Tilt Towing Junior Dragster.
I wonder if she's related to Emma in Super Sedan.
Well, I know that there's a lot of cousins and brothers and sisters in the Addards. Like I think Riley is related somewhere to Benjamin in the next pair.
Yep.
And they're related to Raffalos or something. There's yeah, I'm not too good with family trees at the best of times, but I'm fairly certain there's cousins and
I'm pretty
bits
sure
and pieces
that
going on.
Attard name's a fairly normal name, like Smith.
Yes. Very much so. So Alexis in the A Junior Dragster taking on Robbie Risteski from Canberra in the Rocket Lane. So Queanbeyan East.
0.27 red for Alexis and 127 for Robbie.
8.18 with a 6, 79 miles an hour for Adard to an 8.83 for Robbie in the Rocket Lane there.
Does happen fast.
Yes.
Greenery boots very fast, doesn't it?
Next up, we've got Riley Ito in the Aeroflow lane for Murphy Finance Solutions, ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing.
And Benjamin Attard, Grey Stains.
Pretty sure I saw on Facebook one of the Adar Juniors was for sale, so if anybody was after a good car to step into,
Okay, I wonder if they're stepping up.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. But I'm sure, not 100% sure if it's sold, but if you're in the market for a junior dragster and want something, a good starter car, go and see the Adar team. I'm sure they could give you the lowdown, so to speak. All right, so on paper, Riley should take this one. 0.27 on the tree. Riley, of course, in the Aeroflow lane. Benjamin sticking with him, though. 7.76 with a 9.83 miles an hour to an 8.01 with a 6. 79 miles an hour for Benjamin in the Rocket Lane. All right.
Next, we move in a junior bike.
We are, John, of course, also brought to us by Speedflow Performance Products.
We have Christopher Davidson in the Rocket Lane. I wonder if that's Albie's son.
Yes, it is. Correct.
And Lincoln Delios in the Aeroflow Lane. It was Craig Bonwick's grandson.
Yes. Correct. Lincoln doing very well on the CBR. 1.61 his reaction time. Perhaps a little bit outgunned with horsepower at the moment from Davidson, who's reset his PBs, and I think it's just gone. With 9.15 in the first round. That one was a 9.50, 72 miles an hour, so down a little bit on ETN speed.
Yep.
But I think a lot of it with the bikes is the get off the start line, the launch. They haven't got a big tyre to lean on or sit on, I guess.
Definitely didn't leave very well. Might have had a problem or wrong gear or something.
All right, our next pair, Anastasia Lucky taking on Adam Jordan. Jordan down there in the Rocket Lane for Managed Fuel Delivery Systems. Check out fueldelivery.com.au. On the board, the Kawasaki Ninja, a 100 light for Adam this time. Anastasia with a 198. Looks like Jordan's going to take this one. A 908 with a 6.5 miles an hour to a 947 with a 6 at 76.
76 mile an hour over the 8th is not too shabby at all on a motorcycle.
It's not. They're doing very well. I mentioned before that Adam Jordan does a little bit of circuit racing as well, and he's off to Malaysia in a couple of weeks' time for a test session over there with a team. So the family looking very much forward to that. I'm sure he'll be a little bit nervous, but I'm sure he'll do very well. I'm keen to see how he goes.
Good luck, Adam.
Yeah.
Racing's in the blood, obviously.
Yes. Yeah, I work with his father, one of the supervisors at work. So I get the lowdown, and Adam also works as a mechanic as well. So, yeah, a little bit of background's always good.
Excellent.
Looks like we're just...
You are a wealth of knowledge, Bushy.
Whether it's all accurate or not, it's another thing. We're just about to pack up the finish line apparatus for the junior dragsters, and we'll get back underway with a modified bike, which of course will be brought to us by bikereview.com.au. John and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Roso. We're here at Phillip Island, where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Packley's for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer. Or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
All right, welcome back to qualifying session, round number 2 for a modified bike. On the start line, we have Jesse Barnes on board the Suzuki GSX 1300 and Jeff Feigl over there in the rocket lane. He's on the Kawasaki ZX14. Barnes away with a 200 light, 201 on the tree for Feigl, so only a thousandth of a second between. Looks like Barnes is out in front, gets there first with a 10.001 at 143 miles an hour to a 10.18 with a 9 at 143 for Feigl. Our next pair about to face the starter, we have Angela Phipps from Pitttown on the Suzuki, taking on Gareth Wilcox for Formation Riders and Team Digger. He's on the Kawasaki. Phipps away with a 134 red light. Wilcox with a 246 green. Pretty close across the finish line. Only a 10th in it. A 10.88 with an 8 for Phipps, but a 10.31 with a 5 for Wilcox to take the win. Next up we see Andrew Smith and Jimmy Jock Stewart. Smith down there from Warragamba for Mega Works Construction, GSF Engineering, Frank Brothers Racing. Jock down there for Hunter Moto at Rutherford and NJD Auto Service. Or bouncing on the rear tyre for Smith. I think got on the wheelie bar. 078 green for Stewart. He'll take the win, 975 with a 0, 147 miles an hour. Next up we see Michael Borg and Sean Ricketts. Borg in the Aeroflow lane for AIH Electrical Services. Ricketts in the Rocket lane for Heavy Duty Magazine, our 2024 Mod Bike Championship winner. Ricketts away with an 025 light. Out in front at the moment. It's going to run through first with a 929 with a 5 at 146 miles an hour to a 977 with a 5 at 177. Into a street bike now, brought to us by Heavy Duty Magazine. We have Adrian Watson in the Shed Built Racing Yamaha R6, taking on Joe Borg down there in the Rocket lane for AIH Electrical Services. Lots of RPM on the start line for Watson. The little 600cc power plant screaming. And gets there first with a 1065 at 133 to a 1098 for Borg in the Rocket lane. John Puckeridge in the Aeroflow lane. Leaves with an 034 light. Manuel Lanakis chasing him down in the Rocket lane. And Lanakis gets there first, 1150. 119 miles an hour to an 1166 at 118. All right, Phil Gardner down there on the 225 Racing Yamaha. 848 cc's. Taking on Robert Gilb on the Kawasaki. Biting the clutch big time there for one of the races. And Gilb will take the win. A 10.34 with a 7, 130 miles an hour to a 10.89. Next up, Albie Davidson from East Maitland for the vinyltree.com.au. All Care Car Services as well. Taking on Colin Northcott on the Ducati Diavel. North got away with an 0.63 red light. But it's only qualifying at 10.33 with a 6 at 135 to an 11.66 with a 7 at 122. Next up, we're going to see Andrew Riches on the Indian Scout. 1130 cc's. Ross Vanderhoek on the Kawasaki in the Rocket Lane. Pair of reds on the start line, a thousandth of a second apart. Very close across the finish line too. A 12.97 with a 5 at 102 takes the win over a 13.24 at 103. Moving into Street Fighter now. We see Kelly McNamara in the Subaru taking on Megan White. On board the Holden tracks. Megan went 0.68 red there and a 1.72 for McNamara. Both cars making their way towards the finish line. I think White will get there first. A 17.62 at 79 miles an hour over a 17.42 with an 8 at 82 for McNamara in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, Pietro Tallarico from Cecil Hills in the VF Utility taking on Sean Dartnell in the I-30. Pretty close on the start line, 0.77 for Tallarico to an 0.64 for Dartnell. Tallarico's V6 stretching the legs, 14.65, 95 miles an hour to a 13.36. Next up, Christopher Verilis in the Falcon, taking on Michael Zara on board the Statesman. Verilis away with an 0.38 red light. 0.96 green for Zara. Verilis will take the win though. A 14.77 with a 3, 95 miles an hour. To a 15.77 for Zara in the Rocket Lane. Next up, Nicholas Verilis taking on Danny Stadelmeyer. Stadelmeyer on board the AU in the Rocket Lane. Manually shifted this car. Left with a 1.22 light. Verilis with a 2.35. I don't think Verilis is going to come around the AU at the finish line. And Stadelmeyer takes it with a 13.68, 102 to a 14.63 at 95 miles an hour for Verilis. Next up, Shane McGregor for B&S Waterproofing, West End Performance, and Summer Run Race Cars. 351 on board for the long roof. Another pair of red lights. We've seen a host of them today. McGregor out in front though. He'll run them through first for a 13.40 at 102 miles an hour to a 16.02. Next up, Jaden Melhem in the DKCJ Logistics. Fiat taking on Glenn Featherstone, who's left with an 027 red light. The Fiat getting there first, 14.28 with a 4 at 97 miles an hour. And I think to complete the round of Street Fighter qualifying, we have Craig Warren in the VN Commodore. A 141 light. And runs on through the finish line with a 15.64 at 88 miles an hour. Moving into Platinum Powder Coating Modified Eliminator. Their second round of qualifying is going to kick off with a pair of rear engine dragsters. The Green Machine in the Aeroflow lane being driven by Brooke Ravasada from Gregory Hills, racing for VP Racing Fuels. Taking on Peter Brown in the Rocket lane. Brown racing for Sims Integrated Solutions, BK Racing, ProTrans, and RaceMax Direct. Around a 750 in the first round of qualifying. Both cars into pre-stage. Rapazada into full. Brown now in. And a 716 with a 4, 190 miles an hour for Rapazada to a 757 with a 6 for Brown. Next up, we're going to see Jess Turner taking on Chelsea Smith. Turner in the Aeroflow lane, racing for Higgins Raceheads, ETS Race Fuels. Smith in the Rocket lane, racing for Stop Slow Traffic Control, APM. Liquid Clothing, Tony Smash Repairs. Smith into full stage. Turner into full stage. Oh, a little bit of smoke out of Turner's car again. Smith will take the win. 752 with a 6, 179 miles an hour to a 779 with a 5 for Turner. Track walkers just checking out the Aeroflow lane there. Our next pair about to roll up to the start line. We have Harrison Fletcher in the 27 Ford Roadster, taking on Alison Stewart down there in the rocket lane. She's on board the rear engine dragster. Both cars now into a full stage. A pair of red lights once again. 014 for Fletcher, the better of the two. Stewart with the shootout early, 786 with a 5, 162 miles an hour to an 879 with a 1 at 149 for Fletcher. Next up, we'll have a pair of altereds. We've got Daniel Moore in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Paul Lynette down in the rocket lane. Now, let's see if Lynette can get a representative pass on this one. The previous one, the car turned hard left off the start line. Four on the tree for Daniel Moore to an 039 for Lynette. Lynette with the horsepower is going to take the win. A 748 with a 0, 178 miles an hour to a 798 with a 3 at 170 for Moore in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we'll see Steve Hersler and George Bukareshvili. Bukareshvili in the front engine dragster, down there in the rocket lane. Hersler in the Aeroflow lane. Little 308 on board the rear engine dragster. Hersler a little keen to get away with an 049 red light, but an 028 green for Bukareshvili. That rear engine dragster, 787 with a 1, 172 miles an hour to a 1018 with an 8 at 130 mile an hour for Hersler. Rocco Romano in the Aeroflow lane, finishing the burnout past the 330 foot mark, taking on Peter Carlton in the Swale Industries front engine dragster. Injected small block down there for Peter. Rocco carbureted big block, 598 cubes. .028 to an 02035, sorry. Romano through the finish line first, 719 with a 3, 183 miles an hour to an 8777 for Carlton. Next up we'll see Zach Palm on another solo. Racing for the Torquay Hotel of Harvey Bay. She wants to thank Danielle McCaskill for letting him drive her car today. 002, red on the tree for Zach. Getting that delay box well sorted. Straight through the centre, through the finish line, down the centre of the racetrack, a 7:35 with a 2, the ET. Next up, we'll see Tegan Smith. Down there in the Aeroflow lane. As John and I mentioned, jumping out of the junior dragster into the modified car, doing double duties today. Out of the throttle, about half track left with an 031 light, 1.3 seconds to the 60 foot. 125 mile an hour on half track, shut off and rolled to a 941. We're now going to move into mixed metal roofing top Sportsman for their second qualifier. Our first pair out will be Leo Georges in the Escort van, running for NB Designs, Askanov Constructions, Creanbeyan Engine Services, and Rocky Lemontina and Sons. He was our runner-up in last year's championship series, taking on Steve McAuliffe. Wheels up launch for the Escort. McAuliffe not chasing the reaction time, looking for the ET at the top end of the racetrack, but out of the throttle at 1,000 feet. Next up, we will see Stuart Bennett in the Holden Tirana, taking on Paul Clark in the Ford Mustang. Clark bombing the tyres on the start line. The lead for Bennett wasn't straightforward. It moved around a little bit on the hit. 850 with a 6, 160 mile an hour for the Tirana. Clark getting out of the throttle. Just rolling on through. Next up, we'll see Alan Vella in the Ford Capri, taking on Josh Boscovich in the XA Ford Coupe. Looks like Vella had some issues, not able to get the car started down there. So Boscovich will go through on a solo. Watch him do those dry hops coming into stage. There'll be a nitrous purge down there as well. 116 on the tree. Looking for a 798 with a 9, 169 miles an hour. Nice clean pass there for Boscovich. Our next pair going through their burnout procedure. We have Heraklis Kazantzidis, Kazmik Interiors Pro Racing, and West End Performance. Taking on Lisa Sargent in the Rocket Lane. Right, our next pair about to face the starter. We have Michael Redding and Nathan Cooper down there on the start line. Redding in the Chrysler LeBaron. Taking on Cooper in the Gemini. 016 on the tree for Redding on the red side. Car straight down the Aeroflow lane. A 772 with a 1 for Redding. To an 837 with an 8 at 162. For Cooper in the Gemini. Next up we'll see James Barnes in the Ford Mustang for M&K Trailers. Boss Trans as well. Taking on Tony Heisman's in the Auto 1 of Orange Chevy Camaro from Spring Hill. Pretty good race, I would imagine. Oh, 013 red on the tree for Barnes to a 157 green for Heisman's. The Camaro with the horsepower at the finish line, an 803 with a 4, 170 miles an hour. To an 857 with a 7 at 157 for Barnes. Next up, we're going to see George Matter down there in the A-Civils at Owls Race Glides LH Tirana. Also racing for Custom Bodyworks. Now, Matter, I don't think, came out in the first round of qualifying. He's taking on Brett Sheard. Sheard in the Rocket Lane. This BK Race Engines backed Chevy S10. Very, very nicely presented car on both sides of the racetrack. Both cars into full stage now. The tree counts down. Sheared away with an 019 light. Tirana's not going to catch him from there. 783 with a 5 for the utility to an 826 with a 2 at 170 miles an hour. Next up, we'll see Elias Matter in the little HB Tirana for A Civil and Ours Race Glides. Would you believe the 632Q pick block in the front end of that little car? Taking on Brett O'Connor down there in the Chevy Camaro. O'Connor with the nitrous-fed 636. I've seen this car 200 mile an hour, 6 seconds. Wheelie bars set quite high in the Tirana. O'Connor racing for Jay's Custom Fabrications, Creative Displays and Joinery, and Jenkins Performance Engines. Wheels up for Elias, the car moving over towards the centre line. Would have been looking at not much other than sky for a little bit there. 780 with a 7, 175 miles an hour for the Tirana to a 713 with a 1 at 197 mile an hour for O'Connor in the Camaro. Big burnouts on both sides of the racetrack for Haley Vella in the Ford Capri. Oh, beg your pardon, Alan Vella, beg your pardon. It's not even the right colour, John. Strike one for me today. Owen James in the Ford Cortina. Saw a pretty wild launch out of the Cortina down there on the on his first pass. Moving over to the Rocket Lane this time around. Has a tendency to hike that left front quite high in the air and twist right up on the chassis. And again lifting that left front. 012 red for James on this pass, but Vella taking the win. 790 with a 2, 174 miles an hour. That's his first 7-second pass, I believe. So a big milestone for the Vella team. And an 859 with a 9 at 158 for James in the Rocket. That was our last pair of cars in Top Sportsman. We're going to move into the Iconico Boosted Outlaws for their second round of qualifying. And that is Curtis Reed burning out in front of us, down there in the Rocket Lane. AFT Plumbing Services. It's going to be beside Kit Hunter, VL Calais. For Perfection Automotive, PPG Paints, and Hunter Engineering.
Hello, Bushy, I'm back.
Welcome back to the commentary box, John.
I just had to go out and watch Al's car run. On its first 7, so the boys will be happy with that.
Yeah, I saw the crew pretty excited about that. I dare say he will be as well in that car. He'd have a feeling that it would have been a good pass.
Warming up for drag challenge.
Supercharged Outlaws qualifying session about to begin. Just waiting on Hunter to move into full stage now. .138 on the tree for Hunter, side by side. Reed will take the win, 680 with a 6, 205 miles an hour to a 693 with a 5 for Hunter, 210 miles an hour. Next up we'll have Jeffrey Sargent in the Chevy Camaro.
Did Brittany Olive have a lap before?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
So she's in the pits. They may have some issues.
Yeah, I thought I saw the car in the pits just before they unloaded it, but no, I didn't see them do a run earlier.
Okay. This is the
second round,
second
qualifying.
qualifier. Yep. Jeff Sargent down from Mount Rankin in New South Wales in this Camaro with a 540 Cube Keith Black. Nice 104, 60 foot for Jeff. 438 to the half track. Runs it through for a 679 at 204 mile an hour. Puts Jeff in a number 2 spot. Now we are into extreme bike. Michael Richards in the left lane and Diana Zapati in the right lane. Diana was runner-up in the track championships last year in extreme bike. Sponsored by Azapati Earth Moving and Azapati Racing. Michael sponsored by Team Digger Motorsport and Crux Levers. Light for Richards and a 514 for Azapati. Hugging the centre line down. Runs through for a 951 and Richards with a 870. Next up we have David Franks in the Aeroflow lane and Ryan Franks in the Rocket lane. I'm guessing they're brothers, but I could be wrong. David sponsored by As a Party Racing on a 1300cc Hayabusa. And Ryan on a Hayabusa too, 1300 as well. Ryan was a winner of the track championships last year in extreme bike. Skip marks out of David's bike. Didn't hurt it none, still went 7.13 at 204 mile an hour. And Ryan 7.34 at 194 mile an hour. Puts David into the number 1 spot. Next we have Darren Foley on a Hayabusa and Cheryl Beddoes on a Harley Davidson Destroyer. Musing with Bushy before about the wheelie bar thing, and Cheryl's bike does have a wheelie bar, so I guess you can run them. Oh yeah, squirrely Cheryl. Did a really good job to catch that. Very good job. Darren with some problems too, runs through for 11.6. Not sure why her bike knocked the tyre off, but took a hard left turn. Number 1 qualifiers David Franks, then Brendan Miglianoki, and Ryan Franks down as a party, Michael Richards, Darren Foley and Cheryl Beddoes in number 7. I can see some Pro Stock cars in the staging lanes. I think we're supposed to be having a 4-car shootout or something with the pro guys.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer. Or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for
Okay,
motoring
next up,
enthusiasts. Call
we have
13 46 46 for a quote.
Mario
Simpson Race Products
Polido,
Australia offers
Rocket
the
Lake.
widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids,
Chevy
boots,
powered Cobalt.
drop.
Good initiative from the Pro Stock guys to put on a exhibition bracket. Mario sponsored by Advanced Ready Mix, Competition Solutions and SRP Competition Engines. 397 cubes of Chev on board.
Because this class limited to 400, isn't it, John? I
Yes.
think. Yep.
And petrol.
Yep. Carburetors and petrol.
That's the one. And clutches. I know Anthony Silva tried to auto a fair while ago, but I don't think it worked out. 015 light for Mario, 101 60 foot. Don't know if it was a planned shut-off.
Well, the car did move around a little bit on the hit there.
Yep.
So we see those cars sub 1 second to the 60 foot
Yes.
quite regularly.
Yes. That looks like the Polito brothers down there on the start line. Nicholas and Joe. Joe's running away, or
Turn
I don't
it.
know.
Facing the
Looking
wrong.
up at the sky. Come on. Nick, how'd you go in Nostalgia Pro Stock? Was it good? Yeah, good stuff, eh? You got to talk your old man into dressing up in something next time. Yeah.
Just remember, John, some things can't be unseen, all right? Can see Pete Lovering coming in under the tunnel as well. But before that, we have Thomas Leake About to go down the rocket lane in his Pontiac GXP. One of the Leake brothers was racing a HQ last weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Leake will be running with John Cabora.
In the Angry Lemon.
Yes.
John running for Bomber Racing. Just waiting on the guys to fire up.
Now we know John's got a killer top sportsman utility and has also been...
That's his brother Joe, isn't it? Which one drives the ute? Oh, no, you might be right. Maybe it was
No,
Joe.
I'm sure it's Sean.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yep. Falcon ute.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Joe drives the Tirana, excuse me. Doesn't look like John Cabora in the left lane to me.
No, it does not. I have a feeling the last I saw, this car was being driven by Daniel Grimer.
Yes, I think so, because that's the owner there with the headphones on.
Car not sounding...
I think Daniel's still pretty new in this car.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Bomber Racing is correct, and as is the... I don't know what Daniel's race number is, but in any case, yes, Daniel has only done 1 or 2 race meetings that I've seen here at Sydney Dragway.
Yep.
In any case, it sounds like the Camaro has said, I'm not playing this game right now.
Yes, getting pushed away, unfortunately.
The car didn't sound overly happy when he was coming up to the burnout, but in any case, I'm sure that they will take it back to the pits, have a bit of a play, solve whatever the issue is, and come back a little bit later on this afternoon for another pass.
Okay, Clint George in the Aeroflow lane and Thomas Leake. Both in Pontiac GXPs. I actually thought John Cabora's car was supposed to be here. Maybe it just got entered under...
I'm not sure what's going on there, but that was definitely... Everything was right there except I think the name, unless Daniel's not driving it.
Yep. Or maybe John was driving it, who knows? Have to go investigate that.
All right, in any case, we know that's Clint George from Shelley Beach in the...
definitely.
For Longevity Auto Engineering. So cars...
No, that's Thomas Leake. Carabar.
Both cars being campaigned. Thomas fairly new to the seat in Pro Stock, but we know...
plenty of experience in top sportsman.
Oh, definitely, without no shadow of a doubt there. And also, you know, the crew very well versed in what they need to do with a Pro Stock car, as is Clint George. Ran this car in competition for many years while he learnt the ropes, I guess. And you know, eventually got to a point where they felt comfortable and wanted to step up to Pro Stock. Obviously, with a car such as this, that's generally the goal.
Pro Stock.
Make the purchase and build up to it. And that's exactly what's happened.
Thomas's dad, Bruce, used to drive his car. I think that's Bruce there in a start line putting his son in. looks like him. Looks like a track stick. His feet are sticking to it.
Yep. He's got to learn the start line shuffle.
Yeah.
You know, rock backwards and forwards.
Lose your shoes.
Yes. Yes, thank you. See, one of our viewers said, yes, that was Tom running the HQ last weekend.
Okay, cool.
Did remember. I wasn't sure if I couldn't remember if it was Tom or
Very cool.
or his brother.
Yeah, what do you do when you don't race your race car? Go race your street car.
Yes.
Love it.
All right, Clint into pre-stage. Thomas just getting some final instructions. Full stage now. And after the light, Clint George with an 061, 105 to the 60. Shoots out early with a 712, 173 miles an hour. Looked like Leake dropped the clutch pretty much as soon as he bumped into stage there.
Yeah, I think he anticipated. All right, next we're going to have Top Comp Exhibition. Seen Lubbo's car out there. Oh, I think that's why Brittany's not racing Outlaws, because she's in Top Comp.
I see.
Just seen her car in the lanes pull them forward.
It's all
Well,
making
she has been running Top Alcohol, so...
yes. Yep. It's all making sense now.
Yep.
Okay, so we're actually going to pair them, John. We're going to have Pretty Olive in the rear engine dragster for A Civil Motorsports and MJ at Mobile Mechanics taking on Peter Lovering in the Motorsport Connections 55 Chev Bel Air. Lovering normally running in Pro Slammer.
And Brittany in Pro Alcohol, or Top Alcohol, whichever one you want to call it.
So on paper, Olive should take this one, but we know that Lovering has definitely been stepping up the performance in the Chevy. The car's gone on a...
He's gone 570s, hasn't he?
Yeah, but basically a full rebuild recently.
Yeah,
new body.
carbon body. And
yeah, which has saved a bunch of weight out of the car.
Yep. It's got an auto in it, like all slammers do these days.
All right, both races being given the 12 of the finger down there. We'll hear them fire into life.
Brittany was a winner of the Outlaws 2024 New South Wales Championships. And Brittany's sponsored by MJ Mobile Mechanics. They had Shane out the front of the car, pointing her in the right direction.
Short and sharp burnouts from both competitors. Goes down that rocket lane. We can see there's a little bit of chatter marks there left from some of the pro stock cars, I think.
Yeah.
They're too wide to be a single car, so there's a pair of them, I think.
The track's pretty sharp. Looking at everyone's feet getting stuck.
We just saw Bruce Leake try and walk away from the
wiggle
start
his
line.
way out of it.
both drivers being guided up to the start line. Both cars into pre-stage. The RPM's coming up. Olive bumps through into deep stage. Lovering. Unfortunately for Olive, she went all the way through, but Lovering.
Oh, Prince car moves around a fair bit.
Shoots out of the 1,000 for Lovering. Olive went the long way. Neither car getting...
no times recorded. They must have both left before the green come on, or the amber come on.
Well, that's interesting, because I thought Lovering looked...
Yeah, he looked
like
on the right side. I know Britt was definitely early. Quite sure what happened there.
No, well, we know that...
Didn't come up on the boards, didn't come up on our screens, so...
We know that Olive went in deep and then rolled the beam at the last...
second light out, yep.
Before the tree was activated, so I was not expecting a time on her side of the racetrack, but definitely Lovering, I thought, looked like he waited until the green, but... You can see our next car in the exhibition coming on through the tunnel now. And that will be Tristan Ockers in the Chevy. He was trying to do some running last weekend at Bangers and Mash. And yeah, the car wasn't happy to play the game at the start, but the crew tried a few times to get it going on a number of occasions. And then when it did, it wasn't too happy about going in a straight line, but to his credit, Tristan's still getting it down the racetrack. We have seen that car into the 5-second club. This is showing Steve Carlson down there. It is too.
Wrong car, wrong red car.
Oh.
I thought they scratched this car at the winners, didn't they?
It was Jamboree.
Jamboree,
Yeah,
was it?
Jamboree.
Okay.
So, yeah, and I thought I saw Tristan's car come...
Looks like they fixed it then.
Yeah. My apologies. Good to see Steve back at the racetrack, because that was a fairly big impact, and I know the team's gone through probably quite a bit of work to get the car back on the racetrack.
Yeah, apparently Pro Chassis and Fabrications in Queensland had a red hot crack at fixing it and got it back out here. Excellent.
Could have sworn that was Tristan Hawkins' car comes through, but the problem is they don't look anything alike, John.
You're not old enough to need glasses yet, are you?
Well, I've been wearing glasses since I've
Yeah,
been like
okay.
4.
Oh, yeah. Put them on. Oh, you got them on.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Better get them checked.
That's strike 2. This is Steve Carlson from Masterton in New Zealand. Running for Chicken Hawk Motorsports and Pro Chassis and Fabrication.
Brad Anderson motor on board.
Lots of RPM in the burnout.
Not sure if it's his first lap since it's been repaired.
I'm not sure, but either way, there'd be a lot of things going through his mind right now.
Yes, it was a pretty good impact of the wall from what I saw on the stream. Fortunately, that happens.
Yes. I'm really liking the Falcon Sprint idea, though. Something a little bit different. And
absolutely.
There's actually another Falcon Sprint that runs, I think, Top Sportsman up in Queensland. That powder blue one is raced here in Sydney once or twice. And
it does big wheel stands.
Yeah, they've got was on My 105 for sale.
Okay.
And the photo that's on the on my 105, it's nearly dragging the rear bumper, which is impressive considering it's got wheelie bars.
Yeah. So Brett White out there on the start line, guiding him in.
All right, thumbs up given. Into pre-stage. Well, making a move over to the left-hand wall. Carlson just feathering the throttle from there and rolling on through a 104 60-foot pass.
Very good, 104.
Didn't carry the throttle too much past the 60-foot mark there.
Yep.
I was going to say, I think it will be a build-up process to getting back to a full run for the Carlson team. And it looks like we're going to get underway with the third round of qualifying for Power Plus at Race Fuel Super Street. And we have Lachlan McCaskill and Radoslav Marek, our first pair out. McCaskill down there in the Commodore Ute. Supercharged machine taking on the VL Commodore. Radoslav gets there first with a 10:39, 131 miles an hour to a 13:25 with a 4 at 104 for McCaskill. Some issues there for that machine. Thank you very much to Peter Hughes commenting on the live stream on YouTube. Yes, that was Steve Carlson's first pass since the rebuild. So,
yep. And he also commented, not all slams are autos. Winner of the winners was a clutch car. So I stand corrected. That's what I love to see, a clutch car win.
Yeah, you're probably one of the stalwarts.
A
little bit biased for a clutch car, but that's okay.
There is a bias.
All right, Buddha Zamet down there in the VT Commodore taking on Manios Ikonomopoulos.
I didn't know Butch was racing.
Looks like Manios out in front and runs on through for a 10.14 with the 5. And Chris in the Aeroflow lane, 11.81, John, 1.15. Through the finish line. Battle of the utilities, Ford versus Holden. Red versus blue even.
Old versus new.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They're a generation or two apart, but we have Eden Abella down there in the Aeroflow lane taking on Clinton Boardman. Boardman in this very quick XB Falcon. 004 red on the tree.
24 for Eden.
Abella gets there by 4/10 with a 10.09 at 145 to a 10.58 with a 9 at only 107. So I'm thinking Boardman out of the throttle there. Next up we see Bill Hatzenikolis on the start line for Bill's Automotive and Atlantic Oils. Again, another Ford versus Holden battle. The Ford being driven by Dennis Plastis this time around for Big H Racing. 037 on the tree for Dennis. HQ at 183. Looks like Big H is going to get there first, John.
Yep.
A 10.65 with a 4, 128 miles an hour.
I think Dennis come out of juniors as well. Raced for a little bit, one of Joe's cars maybe, a few years ago now.
No, I
or was that his brother?
No, he's...
I'm not sure. Joe's not here to ask.
Doesn't ring a bell to me.
No. All right, Peter Morales in the FPV Falcon with a Coyote. And Pete Gittins in the Cordy with a Windsor 347 cubes.
Cortina twisting right up as Cortinas do. 043 on the tree for Varillas though. 1.8 seconds to the 60. The Cortina's going to get there first. 11.13 with a 6 at 122. To a 12.0 for the FPV in the Rocket Lane.
Aeroflow Lane, Mark Elborn, hashtag Drag Racing Gnome. And David Morton from Bargo in the BMW with the LS in it. It says it's an LS on our screen.
Probably fits in there quite nicely, actually.
Yeah. One way to fix a BMW.
Well, we see the Beamer's running pretty quick, but I dare say the LS is a cheaper alternative.
Yeah.
To
cheaper for spares.
Yes, very much so. Side by side this race, though. The BMW takes it 11.64 with a 6. Only 500ths across the finish line.
Very close.
11.70 at 116 for Mark in the Aeroflow lane there.
Next we have Jack Metasevic, sponsored by Modern Style Kitchens in a Clevo powered XD, and Luke Pelly in a LS powered HZ Ute. Luke gets away with a good 029 light, but Jack tops him with a 014.
The Ute with the horsepower though, 11.02 with a 122 mile an hour.
11.49 from Jack. Next we have Robert Matesic in this big block powered 67 Chevy Camaro, and Henry Spickak in a Holden Commodore Ute. Someone on our stream asked if there's a seniors class. Well, Henry's a good example of that. Well into his 70s and still racing, so doesn't matter how old you are, come and race.
We'll look at Big Daddy Don Garlitz.
Yeah, he's like 93 or something.
Yeah, he was still racing. I don't know if he still is right now, but he was up until recently with that electric drag. So.
Yep. And Iski just had his 102nd birthday, I think.
Yes.
Jumping in cackle cars.
As you do. 013 for Matisic and a 10.67 with a 5, 126 mile an hour for the Camaro.
Next we have Dennis Matesic in a Chevy Camaro, 434 cube Chev on board, and Adam Bowes in a small block Chev powered, says Commodore on our screen, but obviously it's not. A bit messy for Dennis, around a bit.
A bit unexpected, I guess, in a Super Street car, but brought it back to the centre of the lane.
019 light for Dennis, very good. He was runner-up in Super Street for our track championships in 2024.
Next up, we'll see Richard Matasevic from Modern Style Kitchens. He's in the utility.
And Aidan Stutchbury in a dialed-in racing VH Commodore. LS power on board. Sorry, 012 red for Richard and 105 green for Aidan.
Matasevic through the finish line first with a 10.59 at 126.
I don't know what happened with that readout board. It said 617 was the ET.
Yeah, I'm sure Aidan wishes that's what the ET was, but...
anyone would be happy with that.
Not the case.
You see some sort of glitch.
Philip Armstrong and Mark Hopkins to do battle now.
Yep, they're going up,
Armstrong in the Aeroflow lane.
Hopkins in a Rocket Lane. Hopkins in a LX Tirana with a Holden motor. And Phillip with a Commodore with a Holden motor.
Fairly even off the tree. Hopkins slightly better with an 062. Looks like Armstrong with the performance. Going to take the win across the finish line. 10.23, 131 miles an hour to a 10.82 with a 5 at 125. And that is a Brett Stutchbury going through the motions in the VY Commodore. Plenty of RPM down there for him. Turbocharged LS on board. Taking on Adam James from Calderwood in the OAC Engineering XY utility. Just waiting on Stutchbury to move into full stage. James away with an 021 light. Going to take the win at 10.42 with the 6, 127 miles an hour to a 10.55 at 137 for Stutchbury in the Rocket Lane. Again, happy birthday to Brian, Sammy Joe and Corey Stutchbury. Got the same message, just to be sure that it gets seen. And of course, Brian, a regular racer here at Sydney Dragway in the black Commodore. Also pulls on the official shirt when he can. Sammy Joe in the green machine. Living with an 062 light. For Rafa Scaffolding, Shift Right Transmissions, Shorty's Performance, Crygo Blasting, PSC Racing and Aeroflow Performance gets there with an 11.23, but a 10.85 with the 3 for Stutchbury to take the win.
Looks we have Chad Taylor in his Land Rover. There was some musing on our stream before that it might be on a HQ chassis, but I couldn't comment. It's a possibility. Maybe Chad can come up and tell us. There's an LS engine on board.
Make his way to the finish line. A 10.85 this time around, 123 miles an hour. All right, I think that's the last car in Super Street. We're about to get into Speedflow Performance Products, Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike. That means we've got to just set up the finish line because these races go to the 8th mile mark. So John and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, round number 3, qualifying for our Speedflow Products Junior Dragster about to kick off.
Cody Setback in the Aeroflow lane from Mun Reuben in Queensland in the A Junior Dragster.
Taking on Tegan Smith from Albion Park. Albion Park a lot closer than Mun Reuben.
Quite a bit. Tegan sponsored by Stop Slow Traffic Control and Cody by Light Vehicle Solutions.
Both racers just making their way up to the start line. This is the run where you want it to run somewhere close to the previous 2 rounds that you've had, so it helps you pick a dial in. So next time out, they'll be racing in eliminations. .48 to an 024. Smith with the advantage here. Out in front across the finish line. A 786 with a 0. 82.9 mile an hour. To a 799 with a 6.
At 82 mile an hour also.
Next up, we'll see George Takalis take on Edith Maggs.
Both in C Junior Dragsters. I think they just swapped lanes.
Yes, pretty much. I think Edith started over in that side.
Edith with a problem on her pass before, so hopefully they've got to the bottom of that.
Takalis' best run at 12.14. Edith's best pass, a 12.49 with an 8.
.12.0 is the C cutoff?
Yes, in racing 11. Well, yeah, 11.90.
Yep.
In racing.
I'm not up to speed with
No, that's okay.
Yep. They've added AA to confuse me even more.
Well, yeah, pretty much. It's just 760 the AA.
Yep. 069 light for Edith and a 113 for George. So they fixed that problem in Edith's car.
Yeah, good to see. And an 11.91 with an 8.55 mile an hour for Maggs to a 12.14 with a 3. Backing up the 12.14 with a 4 for Takalis.
Boy, you'd be happy with that.
I'm guessing a 12.1 something dial in.
1 foul. That car's repeated. That's what you want in Dial Your Own.
All right, Benjamin Attard in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Aubrey Maggs in the Rocket lane. ITF Hire and Pro Tilt Towing backing Attard. Road Warrior Trailers, Speedflow Products, Atlantic Oils on board for the Maggs machine.
Benjamin previously ran a 8.01. Aubrey ran a 8.11.
Too much in this one ET-wise, John. They're probably going to be neck and neck on the finish line.
Yep, both in A Junior Dragsters. 033 light for Aubrey and Benjamin Vetters with 021. Yep, standing on both sides.
And an 801 with a 5 backs up an 801 with a 6. Wow.
These guys are tough.
092 for Maggs backs up an 811. So that's not too far away either.
That's not too shabby at all.
An next pair, Alexis Adar down there in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Joshua Maggs.
Alexis in a A junior dragster and Joshua in a double A junior dragster. Josh ran at 7.67 previously and Alexis an 8.18.
.043 on the tree for Joshua.
And an 0.27 red for Alexis.
Mags will get there first. 772 with a 9. 85 miles an hour. To an 805 with a 6 for Adard. Next up we'll see Riley Ito in the Aeroflow lane taking on Alex Ruffalo. Shout out once again to Alex's pop at home, recently having a knee reconstruction.
Oh, okay.
He's a valuable part of the crew, but unfortunately not able to be here today in recovery. Hope everything's going to plan, Charlie. And we get you back to full health in the very near future. All right, Ruffalo looking for a 771. And Ito for a 776 or thereabouts on both sides of the racetrack.
Anywhere close.
.034 to an .034.
On both sides.
It's a heads-up race. It's going to be tight at the finish line too, John. 773 with an 8 for Ruffalo, but Ito gets there first. 773 with a 1.
7th hour win margin.
Did I not say it was going to be close?
As.
I did pick it.
Yeah. That would have been a tough race in racing. Okay, Savannah Lucci from Menangle, C Junior Dragster, racing her brother Johnny in the Rocket Lane.
Savannah supported by Lucci, Civil and Naughty Boys, as per her brother. Her brother's also got VP Race Fuels on board as well. A 9.0 we're looking for Johnny in the Rocket Lane.
An 11.91 for Savannah. .118 light for Savannah and a 184 for her brother. .904, very good. It was 905 before. And 1192. She ran 1191 before, so both close to the number.
Our next pair, Jaden Burnasev taking on Robbie Risteski. Burnasev in the Aeroflow lane.
And a comment from Gypsy on our live stream, that was a cracking junior race. Agreed. It really was.
Not going to see much closer than 7th hour, I don't think.
Yeah.
Especially in qualifying where there's no handicap. It was just the fact that both cars left at identical reaction times.
Yep.
Bernasev looking for a 12.57. Bisteski looking for an 8.83.
45 light for Robbie. 164 for Jaden. Robbie runs it through for 8.84. Not far off the 83. Jaden at 62 on a 57. Tommy Rako doing the hard work on his daughter's car.
He's exercised for the day, right?
Yeah.
Chloe looking for a 7.68 was her best qualifying run.
And Cordell ran 7.92 previously. So hard to get those cars to repeat, hey?
Yes, well, both cars fractionally under what they need to be.
Staging is so crucial to run the same number. $131 for Chloe and $171 for Cordell.
Close on the start line. Looks like Chloe takes the win. A 7.68 with an 8. Backs up a
7.68 with a 7.
Wow, so that's 3 runs we've seen within within a thousandth of a second.
Impressive. Rako 2's got to be happy with that.
All right, our next pair rolling up to the start line. We see Jake McNamara for Fine Line Motorsports in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Liam O'Neill.
Down from Singleton Heights.
Yeah, a little bit going on in Singleton of late. There's a bypass that we've been involved in up there, yeah. Yep. So,
haven't been up that way for years.
All right, so O'Neill in the rocket lane. Qualified so far with an 8.51. McNamara in the Aeroflow lanes, qualified with a 7.98. Again, both cars fractionally too fast at this point. Second red light for McNamara when 0.15 red.
0.70 for Liam. And an 8.2, so I think they purposely slowed that down a bit.
Yeah, well, most of the time they do the fine tuning with a little bit of weight. So an 8.02, 81 mile an hour for McNamara there.
Looks like Pop Alan White there on the start line. Raced his Altered last weekend.
That he did. Took home the runner-up trophy too.
I think Al's got to be well into his 80s. Been racing a long, long time. Raced Castle Road.
You're trying to upset him?
Nah, can't upset Al. He's uninsultable.
All right, Jacob Longo in the Aeroflow lane, running for Trackside Automotive, taking on Georgia Leafting for Speedflow Products, our bracket sponsor. Leafting looking for an 8.1. Longo also looking for an 8.1. There's absolutely nothing in the previous qualifying times for both these cars. And Leafting takes the win. 7.99 with a 7 to a 9.75. All right, Emma Leafting and Marcus Princey rolling up to the start line. Lifting in the Aeroflow lane. Away with an 034 light. Looking for an 860. Runs an 858 with a 7. 77 miles an hour. Princey with a 1202.
And a 1202.0 on the previous. So perfection.
So that's perfection. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Next we have junior bike Lincoln Delios. I can see Grandma Karen there filming behind the bike. She told me before that Lincoln is getting a new bike shortly to step up to A's. All new levers, paint job, new bike, the whole shooting match.
Yeah, why not?
Yep.
You're going to make a change, rip the Band-Aid off, I say.
Big time.
Now, a little bit more info on what I mentioned for Adam Jordan. He's racing the Asia Talent Cup, which is the road to Moto GP, is what he's been selected to test with. So a big opportunity for Adam to progress his circuit racing opportunities.
Who's he riding for?
899 with a 3 at 77, I think. It's a Yamaha program.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. So I think that's...
Next we have Albie's son, Christopher. Probably hates me saying that. On a 300cc Ninja. And Anastasia Lucky on a 300cc Ninja as well.
Both bikes up on the... got the stance happening for the leave. 315 line for Davidson.
102 for Anastasia.
And Anastasia will have to settle for second there. 944 with the 0 for Davidson. 73 miles an hour to a 967 with a 4 at 76 for Lucky. I think that concludes qualifying for Junior Drag Bike here this afternoon, round number 5.
It should bring us into Super Sedan, I believe.
Yeah, I could see Brendan Costello coming under the tower. So while we reset the finish line, John, I'll just throw to a couple of words from some of our supporters and financial backers. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Roso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it.
That looks like celebrity football or a
I'm
Tyson
Brooke
there.
Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Ignoring me. Don't blame him.
Building a street.
Good to go, Stephen? So we have Emma Attard up against Brendan Costello. Pair of Holdens to start us off. Both Chev powered. Jamie waving to all his fans.
Don't stick your finger up, John. Not nice. All right, so Attard will be in the Aeroflow lane. Costello over there in the rocket lane. Smoky burnouts from both sides of the racetrack.
Just noticed Emma had St Mary's engine service on the back of a window. The McNiffs will be down in Mildura racing the Junior Dragster Nationals.
Well, I know there's a number of Sydney cars down there, of course.
There's quite a few actually, and then because the Ben's the week after, so
Yes.
I think a few guys are working it into a racing holiday.
Correct. I was talking to a couple of the racers here last weekend that took part in the Bangers and Mash, and they were heading down to the Bend.
Yep.
It's going to be their next race meeting. All right, both cars into full stage. This is a qualifying session 3 for Super Sedan. Our first pair. Costello in the E.
Double 4 from Emma, outstanding.
Yeah, 068 for Brendan in the rocket lane. Emma with the horsepower though, John. 881 with a 154 miles an hour to a 967 at 139.
She will be pretty tough in eliminations, I think.
Yes.
Next we have Naomi Dyson. There's Pontiac Firebird and Jason Field in the Ford Telstar. Naomi's car, of course, the ex-Michigan Pro Stock car.
Field just dropped that top white light out. Naomi left the start line.
006, unusual for that car to have a little bit of a wiggle on the start line. Very
I was just
unusual.
going to say, not normally what Naomi has to do. A little bit of steering wheel input. 914 with a 0, 150 mile an hour, but an 877 with a 6. Takes the win in the rocket lane. Next up we have Jim Raptis from Go Logistics in the Dodge Dart.
And Sean Sorbello in the Holden Commodore.
Saw this run of Raptors before, big speed.
.962 at 145. And at 10.11 for Sabello. Next we have Trent Carberry in the XE Falcon, sponsored by St Mary's Engines, and Michael Milicevic, sponsored by Muller Truck Repairs up from Craigieburn in Victoria. 347 powered Capri. .020 red, Carberry, and .029 green for Michael. Michael runs through for 874 and Trent a 923.
Next up, we'll see Hayley Vella, right this time.
Yeah.
And Victor Satlagianis.
Driving Dad's car. I told her I'd say she's doing a better job than her dad, and she laughed.
Oh, that day will come.
Yeah. I think she's pretty young. I can't remember how young she is, but she's fairly young. Doing a great job in his car. 076 light for Hayley. I don't know what happened to Victor, went 839, unusual for him.
Sounded like it spun the wheel off the start line. 921 with a 4 at 147 for Hayley.
Excellent.
Next up, we're going to see Josh Leonello down there in the rocket lane.
And Jared Tyrrell, both in VK Commodores and both with LS's. Tyrrell's is a 5.7 litre and Leonello's is a 403. Looks pretty cool, 2 VKs on the start line, doesn't it?
Yeah. Don't mind the lighter blue colour for Leonello.
Bit of a staging game going on. Josh goes in. Jared bumps in. 213 light for Tyrrell and 059 for Leonello.
I think Leonello was spinning the tyre pretty hard on the start there. Jared runs through for a 10, 1, 2 with a 0, 136 miles an hour to a 1081 for Leonello in the rocket lane.
Next, a little bit of Ford versus Ford action. XT versus XE. Peter Viralis in the XT and Ross Bilby in the XE. Both Windsor powered. Pete's is a 363 and Ross's is a 434.
Very tame launch for Villaris on the start line there, John. The front wheel barely got off the ground.
Unusual.
I'll tell you what, he's going to take the win still, though. A 928 with a 9 at 145.
And a 961 for Ross. And another XE, Adam Hunter, in the Aeroflow lane with a 420 cube Windsor.
Taking on Joe Zammit in the VL. Running for Friendo Brothers Transport. Cars away cleanly. Hunter slightly better, I think, having the performance here. Definitely out in front, and will take the win with a 957 and a 1020 for Zammit in the rocket lane there.
Next we have Paul Papacosta in the Windsor powered Ford Capri. Peter Tescanis in an XY Falcon with a 427 cube Windsor.
Again, Papacosta just lining up slightly towards the, almost pointing at the wall at the finish line.
A little bit.
His last run, I think he had some issues, if memory serves me correct.
Knocks him off. Pete runs through for a great 868, 154 mile an hour.
And Paul
That's got some motor, that thing.
just cruises on down. Listen to Vanello's car in the burnout there.
Sounds so good, doesn't it?
Does.
Motor built by RPM race engines.
That's exactly what was happening there.
Yeah, there was plenty on board. Simon's not shy. And Louis Palumbo in the other lane in his HX Tunner, 400 cube Chev. Reds on both sides. At 25 for Louis and 0.41 for Simon. Doesn't matter, it's only qualifying. Simon runs through for a 9.07 and Louis a 9.15. Don't know if Simon's been in the 8s or not.
I think his last run was like an 8.99.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
if memory
Nice.
serves me correct. We do see a lot of numbers up here, guys, so I'm sorry if,
Yeah.
if
we
we mistake the car and the number.
Yeah.
All right, our next pair. These two have raced each other once or twice.
Two of the baddest men on the planet in super sedan. Sean Mara and Michael Little, both in Tiranas, both Chev powered. This should be a cracker.
Mar went straight in. I thought he might have been playing a few games, but both red lighting.
008 red for Mick and 009 for Sean. They were having a crack.
Not much in it across the finish line either, just quietly.
9.24 for Sean and a 9.34 for Michael. Boys aren't mucking around.
No, they're not. It'll be a different story.
Yeah, come race time.
Yes.
Tidy that up in the box. Roll some numbers in.
Our next pair, Graham Blackman in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Chevy Taylor, John.
Yep. Chevy in this sweet-looking 62 Chevy bubble top.
I wonder if it cruises the streets of Freshwater much anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. Have to ask him.
I remember when I first started seeing it come to the track, he used to change the tyres and drive it here. I don't
same
know.
as Tex.
I don't
Tex
know if
Griffiths
that
used to
happens
too.
anymore.
.73 red for Blackman and 0.47 green for Taylor. Blackman runs at 10.10 and Taylor at 10.15.
Looks like a Jimmy Gennaro on a solo to complete the round of Super Sedan. Gennaro running for his own business, Gennaro chassis and Western Auto Picks. 363 Windsor on board. Jimmy, a former track champ winner here at Sydney Dragway. Just taking his time in the full stage now. There's 030 red on the tree. And a 9.29 with a 9. 146 miles an hour. Next up, Ross McKee on the start line for RM Plumbing in the Holden Commodore LS1 powered.
And red. 2.45 red light for Ross. On through for 10.28. Next up we have Supergas.
Just a warning to all those that are watching on our stream. I will be rebooting the stream after the conclusion of Supergas, so bear with us. There's just time limitations to how long it can run for.
We have Catanzariti against Romeo. Luke, a third generation racer. Joe, of course, the winner of the track championship in 2024. 012 for Luke and 001 for Joe. No mucking around. Joe goes 985 and Luke goes 997. Keeps Luke in #1 spot for the moment. Next we have Joe Polito versus Vince Panetta. Pro versus Tirana.
We saw Panetta go as quick as a 991.
Put him in a #2. Yep. Luke. 046 for Vinny and a 009 for Joe. Young guys are getting the job done. Oh, 9901, that puts them in a top spot now. Well done. 009 light and 1 off the number. 10,000 package.
Yep, nice.
Impressive. That will be tough to beat in racing if I can repeat that. Okay, we have Gareth Wilcox in Aeroflow lane from Cessnock. Racing for Team Digger. Kawasaki ZX 14R, 1440 cc's. Runs are on through for a 10:52. Okay, next we have Street Fighter. Glenn Featherston in the VZ Commodore, the V6 Commodore motor. Christopher Morales in the Falcon with the Barra. Two different ways to go six-cylinder racing. And the Falcon takes the win with a 14.69 and the Commodore is 16.1. Next up we have Nicholas Morales in another Barra-powered XR6 and Sean Dartnell in a Hyundai i30. You can race anything you want in Street Fighter. 63 red for Dartnell and a 153 green for Morales. Nicholas runs through for a 14.60 and Sean with a 16.40. Next we have Michael Zara, WH Commodore, 3.8 litre, and Pietro Tallarico, another 3.6 litre Commodore. .148 light for Tallarico, and a 265 for Zara. Pietro takes the finish line 14.59 to a 15.83. Just to prove you can race anything, Jaden Melham is here in a Fiat Abarth 1.4 litre, and Patrick Giddens in a 91 Ford Fairmont with a 302 Windsor. 022 red for Jaden, 102 for Patrick. And the Fiat runs a not too shabby 14.3 and a 16.1 for Patrick in the Fairmont. Next we have Craig Warren, sponsored by Sydney Scrap Steel in the VN Commodore, 3.8 litre, and Shane McGregor, sponsored by B&S Waterproofing. XW Wagon with a 351 Clevo on board. Shane, of course, cruise for Naomi Dyson. 133 light for Shane, 091 for Craig. Shane runs through for a 13.42 and Craig with a 15.70. Next we have Megan White, clutch girl on the Brett White top alcohol car, and Kelly McNamara, Jake McNamara's mum. There's a bit of inter-family rivalry going on here. Kelly in the Impreza, Megan in the Tracks. Let's see who wins the start line.